months and years ahead.
Right. Sir Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many, you will see an advert for AI apps, which are some of the most downloaded apps across the world. Targeted directly at teenagers, these adverts boast about its ability to create AI videos of non-consensual intimate acts between real people without their knowledge. We know that these tools disproportionately hurt women and young people. What steps is the Minister taking to protect women, girls and young boys from this deeply malicious use of artificial intelligence? And will he take action against AI companies that promote these features?
I'm extremely grateful for her question because she raises an incredibly important point, one that was tackled in our manifesto for our promise for change for the country, and is one that we are now delivering in government. We will bring forward amendments. So in the data bill, we are working closely with Baroness Owen to make sure that in the House of Lords to make sure that these are effective, and we expect these issues to be dealt with. The creation of deepfakes will become, for non-consensual deepfakes, will become illegal, and they will be tackled into the future.
Joshua Ridley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Technology is a significant enabler of trafficking, which has affected many women in my constituency. The incredible social enterprise Bramber Bakehouse supports women victims and survivors of trafficking through the art of baking. Will the Secretary of State join me in congratulating Bramber Bakehouse and their founder, Lucy Butt, on their work and on being the inaugural co-chair of the new domestic abuse network in Eastbourne, trying to reduce violence against women and girls?
Well, can I praise the work of the charity that he mentioned in his constituency? Can I also praise him for the interview he gave at the weekend on this subject that was very touching indeed? I can assure him the experiences that are being tackled by the charity he mentioned and the ones that he raised in his own interview are being tackled by this government.
Chair of the Select Committee, Chilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I applaud the government's commitment to halve violence against women and girls over a decade, even as the vectors for that violence evolve. The Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee inquiry into harmful social media algorithms has heard how they can drive the adoption of misogynist and extremist views amongst young men and boys, as powerfully illustrated in the series Adolescence. Does the Online Safety Act give Ofcom the powers to address these harms before they reach the threshold of illegal, and if so, how?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and particularly for the work she's doing on behalf of her Select Committee. And also is grateful for the national debate that has been sparked by the programme Adolescence. It is incredibly important that we act in these areas. The powers that came in last week to take down illegal content, but also the powers that are coming in later this year in June that will mean that all content and those publishing content must make sure it's age appropriate, will be a step forward. I am watching very closely to see what the impact of these news powers will have, and I will act accordingly if they're not strong enough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Significant concerns were raised in the recent Westminster Hall debate on the implementation of the Online Safety Act. Will the Minister take urgent steps to better categorise online platforms to better protect women and girls online?
I can assure the honourable member that whatever the size of the organisation, whatever the category an organisation or a platform is in, the onus on them and the legal duty to remove illegal content and to act with the new powers that will be coming in later this year remains intact, and they must act, and I expect Ofcom to use those powers as assertively as it needs to be to make sure that people are protected in our country.
Minister Dr Ben Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tragically, flaws in data and its processing are posing grave risks to women and girls. The Sullivan report exposed serious failings in the collection and use of biological sex data, often replacing it with gender identity, and it highlighted the risk this poses to the safe delivery of health services, policing and security. The Health Secretary has already shown leadership on this issue, but to date the Secretary of State has remained silent. When did he first have sight of the Sullivan report? When does he intend to act on it?
He's right to say that this government is acting on it, and the Health Secretary has been acting on it. I myself have contacted every government department on the back of that important review to make sure that every government department is aware of the review and some of the contents and the way that it is relevant to different government departments. And I will be meeting with the author in the coming days and weeks to make sure that she is satisfied with the action that this government is taking.
Frank McNally.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we work closely with the Department of Health, Social Care to support research into this terrible disease. UK Research and Innovation invested £10 million in 23-24 for research into motor neuron disease, and UKRI also plays a key role in funding the underpinning research which benefits medical research more generally. And since 2022, the Medical Research Council and the National Institute for Healthcare and Research have awarded £2.8 million to MND projects led by Scottish research organisations.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend will know of the important work of MND campaigners, including my constituent Mark Somerville, seeking greater investment from government into MND research. I recognise that further plans for R&D investment would be outlined after the spending review in June, but can my honourable friend give some reassurance to those with MND and their families for whom time matters so much that the Department is giving consideration to boosting investment into MND research, working with key partners to accelerate new treatments?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I pay tribute to my honourable friends for raising the work of Mark Somerville's Foundation in this important area? Government funders are investing in MND research to accelerate progress in the field. As just one example, through UKRI and the National Institute for Healthcare and Research, the government is investing £6 million for the MND Translational Accelerator led by UK Dementia's platform. So the funded projects aim to accelerate the development of treatment for MND.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. It's good to hear that there is continuing investment in looking for therapies and cures to deal with this horrific disease. However, even if these therapies do emerge, one of the frustrations in getting it into patients may be the inability of scientists to obtain access to clinical trials. In the Life Sciences Vision published in 2021, a number of groups emerged to look at the access to clinical trials in the UK and growing the number that take place. However, acceleration has not been good. I'm chair of the All-Party Group for Life Sciences, Mr. Speaker, and one of the things I hear most in the industry is there needs to be more focused effort on clinical trials. So would the Minister consider establishing a clinical trials task force in her department to drive this important work forward?
Do you get us long to answer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is doing and has done a lot in the area and is continuing to support both through UKRI research and through the Health and Social Care Department. There's been a lot of funding that's gone into clinical research. I'm happy to discuss this with him further and let him know what more work is being done or could be done on clinical trials.
Mr. McAllister.
Number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being a leader in the new space race is vital to protect the UK's security and deliver on our mission for growth. This government has invested in a range of launch capabilities, including spaceports in Cornwall and in Scotland, and including launch vehicles too. Most recently, we made a £20 million investment to enable the UK rocket manufacturer Orbex to complete construction of their launch vehicle.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister outline how the Department is working to ensure that the UK space sector is a launch pad for innovation and investment and create skilled jobs, both commercial and in the defence sector, across Scotland and the UK?
He's absolutely right. We have space skills across the UK, but we have very particular expertise in Scotland. I enjoyed visiting Glasgow recently to see how all parts of the Glasgow economy supports the space sector, particularly in the small satellite manufacturing sector. Several launch operations, including Orbex, are targeting orbital launches from Saxonville spacecraft in Shetland this year. This is a testament to the innovation taking place right across the UK and in Scotland.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr Speaker, if that first space launch happens, and I believe it will happen at Saxiford in Unst. The Secretary of State will be very welcome to join us when it does. But in order for the UK space sector as a whole to recognise the full opportunities that we have here, we need to get serious about the delivery of the government's space strategy. The NEO last year identified a number of challenges that that strategy faces. When will we hear the government's response to it?
I agree with the honourable gentleman. When we came into office, we did not inherit a clear strategy for delivering on our priorities for space. That strategy is now being developed, and you can see from the investments that we are making as a department and a government into space, and the way that we are making sure that our relationship with the European Space Agency, ESA, is delivering for the British sector, because we have more grants being delivered now in the UK in the latest fund than any other country. It shows that we are delivering. Certainly when I share his enthusiasm and certainty that a launch will happen this year, and I very much look forward to being there alongside him to witness it.
Claire Hughes.
Question, Mr. Ford, please speak, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure every member of the House would agree that Ofcom's reporting of mobile coverage is rather over-optimistic and doesn't reflect people's lived experience. I'm absolutely determined to change that, and Ofcom are helping me to do that.
Claire Hughes.
Constituent Leslie suffers from multiple health conditions, including epilepsy, and she lives with a constant risk of seizures. Her family rely on broadband to use the landline, but recently the broadband went down for several days, meaning she was completely unable to make calls because of the ongoing problems with mobile coverage in Llandudno. Would the Minister agree to meet with me to discuss how we safeguard vulnerable customers like Leslie and also address the issues in Llandudno?
I think she's also got a problem at one of her universities, which we're going to try and deal with as well. She's written to me. I will write back to her as soon as possible, but maybe we could shortcut that with the meeting. I'm also conscious that for medical conditions, the resilience of your connectivity is just as important as the day-to-day coverage.
Richard.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his candidness and honesty and say he's one of the most effective, experienced and able ministers in the government. So having made those compliments, can I just encourage him? Can I encourage him to visit Shropshire, where there are still too many knock spots? And perhaps one of the reasons is this country only has 4 mobile network operators. Isn't it time we had more competition? And finally, is the Shared Rural Network Agreement likely to hit its targets by the end of this year?
So the Shared Rural Network will reach its targets, but he makes a very good point, which is that, frankly, the connectivity that people think that they're getting from Ofcom simply isn't what they're actually getting. Their phone looks as if it's got lots of bars and it's saying 4G, but actually they can't even park their car, download the app to be able to do that. We've got to transform that across the whole of the UK. In the end, most of that is down to industry, and I want to make sure that we remove some of the barriers to further investment that there are in industry to make sure that we improve mobile connectivity for every single member of the House.
Susan Murray.
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the national conversation taking place on how we protect children online. The Online Safety Act requires all regulated end users for users and search services to comply with illegal content and child safety rules. Illegal content duties came into effect last week. I am closely monitoring the impact that these duties have on online safety.
Susan Murray.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Many schools in my constituency of Mid Dunbartonshire use mobile phones as an educational tool. Yet, along with this learning opportunity comes easy access to sites hosting horrendous content. I would like to know how the government plans to tackle small foreign-based websites exposing people to graphic content, and what steps his department is taking to ensure that smaller platforms are adequately regulated to protect children from online harms.
I'm grateful for her question and also the manner in which she expressed it, which expresses the complexity of use of smartphones and the benefits as well as the potential harmful aspects of it too. I can assure her that as of last week, the demand to take down illegal content has now come into force. I accept also that there is still illegal content online. I am watching closely at the way that Ofcom responds to the challenges that they have, and I think in the coming days and weeks you will see the action that will show how assertive that they intend to be, and I expect them to be in doing so. They also have a task force which is looking at the small but risky sites of which she mentions. I will be looking very closely and supporting Ofcom in their requirement to act in those circumstances.
Holden Billington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The domestic abuse charity Oasis in my constituency has alerted me to the appalling situation that young women are being coerced to set up their own OnlyFans account to generate income. Can the Secretary of State outline what steps he is taking to ensure this sector can root out coercion and exploitation?
She is a champion for these issues, and Oasis, the charity, a great charity, is lucky to have her voicing their work and the needs to make these radical changes to keep people safe online here in the House of Commons. I can assure her that the situation she has described breaches several aspects of law in this country, including the need to take down illegal content. I'll be watching closely, as she will, and working with her to make sure that these new powers and the powers that are coming online are effective, and how we adapt to these challenges into the future.
Victoria Cornish, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my Safer Screens tour discussing online safety for children, students themselves are calling for action, whether they're talking about brain rot, the subtle but dangerous impact on their mental health, their self-esteem, their world outlook and their time. So does the Secretary of State agree with the Liberal Democrats that given this public health crisis and the massive profits that social media giants like Musk are making, that we should be looking to seek revenues from a digital service tax rather than cutting benefits to disabled families, disabled people and struggling families?
I can assure her, and as you would have heard from my previous answers, that we are determined to keep young people safe online. The online activity and the services that are offered to people in this country and around the world are adapting and evolving fast because of the speed of innovation. We need a regulatory and a legislative landscape that can keep up with that innovation, and we need a government that will make sure it is on the side of young people, vulnerable people of any age going forward, and I can assure her in this government and this Secretary of State they have it.
Michelle Welsh.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
If we're to be a successful digital nation, we have to take the whole of the nation with us. That's why we were proud recently to publish our first Digital Inclusion Action Plan, the first for 10 years in this country, because precisely that, we want to take everybody with us.
Welsh.
Thank you. Too often, communities, including ex-mining communities such as Ollerton, Edwinstowe, rural communities such as Farnsfield, and even in Hucknall West, people struggle to get a phone signal and access to the internet. Constituents feel that they are left behind and miss out on the new and upcoming technologies that we know improve access to online jobs, education and business opportunities. Does the Minister agree with me that we need to ensure that communities such as these are at the heart of the government's digital inclusion ambitions so that no one is left behind, especially those in deprived communities?
She's absolutely right, and her constituency exemplifies one of the issues that we face, which is that you might have relatively affluent areas, but with much poorer areas cheek by jowl. And that's why in our Digital Inclusion Action Plan we've tried to make sure that we address all the different forms of digital exclusion that there are, whether that's by virtue of age, ethnicity, educational background or physical geography.
Sarah Dyke.
Speaker, lack of access to digital services prevents people from applying for jobs, studying or accessing healthcare. But CSCs such as Donate IT based in Wincanton are helping to bridge this gap by diverting IT equipment that was otherwise heading to landfill, by refurbishing the tech and distributing it to people and schools and groups who need it, helping to address digital poverty. So how does the Minister plan on supporting organisations such as this to prevent electrical waste going to landfill and tackling digital exclusion?
I'm really pleased that that's happening in her constituency, and we were pleased as a government not only to be able to say that many government departments will now be making sure that we do precisely the same thing, but also that many major employers in this country are going to do the same as well. It's crazy to chuck old kit into landfill when, frankly, it could be used much better to provide people with digital opportunities for the future.
Dave McHilly on Choppiddles.
number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking Professor Sullivan for her independent review into sex and gender data. This is an important area, and we have shared the report with departments as part of our ongoing policy work. Last week, landmark online safety measures came into force, and from now on, platforms will have to act to take down illegal content. And I've just got back from the United States where, from NVIDIA's conference stage to investor meetings, my message was clear. The UK is hungry for the new era of growth that AI and emerging technology promises. As the Chancellor shares her spring statement, that is an era that I will keep working with her on to deliver.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State has today referenced space and AI as key drivers of growth. Closer to home in my constituency and across the country, our creative industries are huge drivers of growth, but there is a battle with AI. If their content is taken and they don't get recompense, that will damage the economy too. Is he talking to them and to the DCMS to make sure that our creative content creators are protected?
I can assure her that I am speaking to both sectors. I am determined that both sectors will get fit for the future as we face the opportunities but also the challenges. We are lucky as a country to have the second largest creative arts sector in the world and the third largest AI market in the world. This is a benefit, this is an opportunity for our country, and any challenges it poses will be navigated by this government so that both sectors are fit to exploit the opportunities that both have and for the commercial gain into the future.
Secretary of State Alan Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Luke Shipley has grown his tech startup from 2 employees to over 100 in just 5 years. This year, Luke wanted to double his workforce in Britain, but Labour's jobs tax is forcing him to look abroad. Whilst our competitors benefit, our communities at home are missing out. So why has the Secretary of State failed to protect them from Labour's jobs tax?
I can assure the business that he is referring to that they will have an economic environment that is not only having the foundations of our economy fixed, but it is facing the future. And the very fact that so many people from globally and organisations around the world are now building out in the UK shows that we have the best regulatory, the best legislative and the best economic environment to invest in Britain and thrive as a tech sector into the future. Thank goodness it's this government doing it and not the decline offered by his government of the past.
Mr. Speaker, Luke says Labour's jobs tax is a huge blow to Britain's tech sector, and he is absolutely right. Jobs are being destroyed, investment is down, and our wealth creators are leaving the country. Why is the Secretary of State not clearing up the Chancellor's mess?
I'm not sure if the honourable gentleman has been reading the news. We've had over £30 billion worth of tech investment in this country from around the world. He should be celebrating this, not talking us down.
It was really inspiring to meet with Saffron Electrical and Power and tour their site in Pitstone in my constituency earlier this month. They're celebrating a world first. They've obtained certification from the EU's Aviation Safety Agency for the first electric motor to power new air mobility. Will the Secretary of State join me in congratulating Saffron, and given the crucial need to decarbonise aviation, will he assure me of our commitment to innovation in this sector?
I was so happy to learn about the work that Saffron is doing. They are leading the world when it comes to electric motors for the aviation sector. The first, in fact, to receive certification from the EU Aviation Safety Agency for powering the generation of air mobility into the future. So yes, this is a government that is supporting that kind of innovation and making sure that it is leading the world for innovation, job creation, wealth creation for our country, and solving the big challenges the world faces into the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I recently spoke at a United Nations event hosted by the French, which looked at how pornography and extreme content is contributing to misogynistic and toxic behaviour towards women. So can you please tell us what this government is proposing to do to implement the recent recommendations of the report commissioned by the previous government?
I'm grateful for her question. She raises a very important point. I've met with Baroness Burton, the author of the report, and I'm seeking ways to make sure that the issues that she raised in it are acted upon.
Beckenham and Penge is where local lad David Bowie launched his music career, and today it is home to a vibrant, talented network of community of creatives whose work is increasingly sought after by AI companies. They deserve a just deal.
to provide fair pay for my constituents and the legal certainty required to encourage AI investment. What steps is the Minister taking to deliver this?
We are a creative content superpower in this country, and we will do absolutely nothing to undermine it. We want to make sure that people are properly remunerated for their work and make sure that AI companies have access to the high-quality data that they need to be able to deploy effectively in this country.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister can see that the whole House has filled up out of concern at the atrocious mobile phone signal in Godalming and Cranley High Streets and in Bramley, Shamley Green and Peaslake. So now spring is in the air. Will he visit Cranley to see for himself just what a problem this is?
Well, I was in Pizza Express in Godalming only a couple of weeks ago, and the mobile signal was absolutely shocking. I couldn't find my way to Busbridge Town Hall, Village Hall. I'm not sure whether the MP's rubbish or the Telecoms Minister.
On which case, we'll move on to Prime Minister's questions. John Slinger.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's spring statement will showcase a government going further and faster on the economy. Green-lighting the Lower Thames crossing, investing £2 million for 18,000 affordable homes for working families, 60,000 young people being trained, the next generation of construction workers, and fixing millions of potholes. We're undoing a decade of stagnation, delivering jobs and opportunities for working people and securing Britain's future. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow I'll meet President Macron in Paris to discuss further our efforts to secure a lasting peace in Ukraine. And may I welcome the delegation from Bring Back Kids initiative to the gallery. The abduction of Ukrainian children is grotesque, and the UK will play our full part to bring them home. It's a stark reminder that any peace settlement must see Russia held accountable for their deplorable actions. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this Labour government, NHS waiting lists are down 5 months in a row. Yeah. And the Hospital of St Cross in my constituency of Rugby is playing its part. But many of my constituents remain concerned about the long waits in A&E that they're experiencing, that we inherited from the Conservatives, especially those who have to travel to the General Hospital in Coventry. So will the Prime Minister set out how our plan for change to bring the NHS back into the heart of government will help us to support the front line, deliver better emergency care closer to the community that our constituents have long called for?
Mr. Speaker, our plan for change already cut NHS waiting lists by almost 200,000. That's 5 months in a row during the winter months. The local trust waiting lists in his area are down 93%, and he's doing a great job for his community. We've already delivered 2 million extra appointments that we promised because of the record investment in the budget. The party opposite can't have it both ways. If they welcome NHS investment, they can't criticise raising the money to pay for it.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Beardall.
Mr. Speaker, in 30 minutes, we will hear the Chancellor's emergency budget. Even the Home Secretary's husband calls it an emergency budget, as she scrambles to fix the mess she made last October. But first, let's turn to another government minister who is making a mess of her brief, the Education Secretary. Why did Labour MPs vote against banning phones in schools last week?
Prime Minister.
Because it's completely unnecessary. I've got teenage children. Almost every school bans phones in school. They do it already. We need to concentrate on what's really important here, which is getting to the content that children shouldn't be accessing. That's where I would genuinely like to work across the House, because I think there's a huge amount of work to do. But the battle is not with schools that are already banning phones in school. The battle, and this is an important emerging battle, is to work together to ensure that we can ensure that the content that children are accessing, wherever they are, is suitable for their age.
Mr. Speaker, we can look at the content, but if the ban is unnecessary, then why is it that they've started a review? Just last week, his Education Secretary called a ban a bit gimmick, yet teachers and head teachers say the evidence already shows that schools that ban phones get better results. And he's wrong. Not all schools do this. Only 1 in 10 schools are smartphone free. So will he U-turn on this?
We need to ensure that all schools do this, but the vast majority do. It is really important that we focus on the battle we have to have with mobile phones, which is the content that children are able to access. And we need to ensure that that is controlled wherever they are. So it's a question of having the right battle on the right issue, not wasting time on something where almost all schools are already banning mobile phones.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the Prime Minister would say this. His own government evidence says that phones disrupt nearly half of GCSE classes every single day. Discipline is the #1 issue in many schools. Under the Conservatives, schools became twice as likely to be good or outstanding after going through our behaviour programme. So why did the Education Secretary abolish that programme?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, she talks about the record of the last government. Under their watch, 1/3 of children started school without appropriate level development, and that is not being able to use a knife and fork. 1/4 left primary school without the required standard of reading, writing and maths, and 1 in 5 was regularly absent. That's why we're pushing up standards, more information from Ofsted, transparency for parents, more interventions where schools need it.
Mr. Speaker, he's not answering the question about discipline in schools because he doesn't care about discipline in schools. Everything he does is ideological, and his decisions are costing schools so much. The national insurance hike means every state school in the country has to pay more for teachers. The Education Secretary promised to compensate schools in full for the jobs tax. Why hasn't it happened?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it was Labour that introduced academies. We pushed up standards. And this is not ideological. I'm a parent of 2 teenage children, both of whom go to a state school. So I'm vested in this, and it matters hugely to me. Nothing ideological about it. That is why we're driving up standards, as we always have done.
Mr. Speaker, he didn't answer the question about compensating schools for the jobs tax. That is costing schools a lot of money. The CEO of the United Learning Group says the grant that they gave is 20% short. Some schools will face shortfalls of up to 35%. Can he guarantee that no teacher will lose their job as a result of his jobs tax?
Mr. Speaker, if this government at the budget put a record amount into our schools, just as we put a record amount into our NHS and into our public services, we were utterly failed under the last government. But yet again, she wants all the benefits, the NHS, but she can't say how she's going to pay for it. That's what got us into the mess in the first place.
Mr. Speaker, the whole House will have heard that he could not guarantee that teachers' jobs are safe. Not only is he taxing schools, he's also lowering standards. He talks about our record. I'll tell him what our record was. Under the Conservatives, English schools shot up the international league tables, while schools in Labour-run Wales, standards fell. Academy freedoms led to the biggest improvement of standards in a generation. But the Education Secretary is attacking them with her reforms. Can the Prime Minister point to any evidence at all, that these discredited academy reforms will improve school standards?
Prime Minister. Yes, take the example of schools going into academies. The vast majority of schools are already academies. Therefore, we need to think again about what we do about failing schools that are already academies. We need to go on to the next chapter. And they never take the big decisions, and that's why we ended up their record. Open borders, which she was the cheerleader for, a crashed economy, mortgages through the roof, the NHS on its knees, hollowed out armed forces, and what have we got already under this government? 2 million extra NHS appointments, 750 breakfast clubs, including one in her constituency, record numbers of people being returned who shouldn't be here, and fully funded increase in defence spending. That's the difference a Labour government makes.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited Harlow College and saw the work they were doing training the bricklayers and electricians of the future. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that the work that FE colleges like Harlow College do is vital for the house building that we need for future generations? And what will his government do to support Harlow's next generation?
Prime Minister.
He's a great champion for his constituents. We are investing £600 million to train up to 60,000 more skilled house builders so we can support the next generation and deliver 1.5 million new homes. We're creating technical excellence colleges and investing in Stansted Airport, creating 5,000 jobs nearby, which will create more opportunities for young people in Harlow.
Leader of Liberal Democrats, Red David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The British drama Adolescence has shone a much-needed spotlight on the enormous damage being done by social media to the minds of many of our young people, especially teenage boys. We've argued social media giants should be much more toughly regulated and pay more tax so we can defend our young people from this harm. We've had disturbing reports that the government is considering scrapping the digital services tax and watering down Britain's online safety legislation to appease President Trump and his co-president, Elon Musk. So will the Prime Minister today categorically rule out both of these things and make it clear that he will guarantee that British laws on tax and social media will be written in this House and not the White House?
Well, yes, of course, as he well knows. On the point he makes about online safety, it is important. There are new measures coming in the next few months which are very important under the Act, and we need to see whether we can go further on this issue, because there are concerns as to whether they go far enough. But will the laws be made in this place? Of course they will.
Red David.
Well, I'm grateful for the Prime Minister's reply on the social media laws, but he didn't answer the point on the digital services tax, and we will come back to that. But moving on, Mr. Speaker, after President Trump's national security advisor accidentally added a journalist to a group chat that was discussing military action in Yemen, and given, I think, all the concerns that we share about President Trump's relationship with Vladimir Putin and J.D. Vance's insulting disdain for Britain and our armed forces, will the Prime Minister make it clear that he will order an urgent review into the security of the intelligence that we share with the United States?
Mr. Speaker, we work with the United States on a daily basis, and I think the honourable gentleman would like to think of himself as sort of reasonable, and when he's not jumping in Windermere, quite serious. But unpicking our relations with the US on defence and security is neither responsible nor serious.
So, judges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Medina from Lyminge in my constituency is registered blind, and she recently told me how she had been failed by the broken social security system left behind by the Conservatives. She faced great difficulties in getting support from access to work, which is essential across my Ashford constituency, and was not helped to find paid employment. It is so important that disabled people who want to work are supported to do so. What is the Prime Minister's message to Medina and others like her who have been abandoned and shut out of employment for far too long?
Every person should have the right to work, and we will always protect the most severely disabled and those with lifelong health conditions. For Medina and the 200,000 others like her who can work and want to work, we need to support them. And that's why we're investing £1 billion in personalised tailoring employment programmes and introducing the right to try work guarantee. The party opposite presided over a failed system that didn't help them and then blamed them. We will never do that.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, those who know me well know that I don't talk of this often, but for half of my adult life, I was physically disabled. Indeed, when I first walked through the doors of this here chamber, I did so with a crutch in my right arm to support my body weight. I know how it feels. Right now in Scotland, some 55% of children living in poverty have a member of their household who is a disabled person. So can the Prime Minister explain to me, actually no, can the Prime Minister explain to those children how the Labour Party making mum and dad poorer will lift them out of poverty?
Well, I'm grateful to him for sharing his personal experience on this, and his right to do so. My family has had living with disability for many years as well, so I do understand the human element of this. We do need to give support to those that need it. We do need to help those who want to work into work, and we need to be clear that those who can work should work. In England, we inherited a failed system that couldn't be defended. But it's also failing in Scotland. 84,000 young Scots, he focuses on young people, that's 15% of young Scots not in employment, education or training. That is terrible. Almost 300,000 Scots economically inactive due to temporary or long-term illness. Now, what we're doing is taking the steps to help people into work, £1 billion of employment support. They have record funding under the government, under the budget. What are they going to do to help the young Scots who have been failed by their government?
Andrew Ranger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Wrexham and Flintshire Investment Zone is one of the flagship examples of how, when this government talks about kick-starting economic growth, it means it. This £160 million plan will breathe new life into the local economy, create 6,000 good local jobs, meaning that for young people in Wrexham, they will be able to find more opportunities on their doorstep. Will the Prime Minister join with me in welcoming this important development for North Wales and the potential it unlocks?
Well, it is really important that we unleash the economic potential of North Wales, including kick-starting the investment zone, backed by major businesses, Mr. Speaker, like Airbus and JCB, to leverage £1 billion of private investment, investing £975 million to benefit aerospace workers at Broughton, where I met the fantastic young workers there, and securing £1 billion investment in Shotton Mill, securing 300 jobs on Deeside. And we put a record amount of money into the Welsh Government at the budget, a budget decision which was opposed by Plaid.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
The Right Honourable Member asks about shale gas. There are very real economic and environmental consequences to fracking, and communities have clearly said no.
Sir Julian.
I'm sorry, but that answer had nothing to do with my question, which was to ask why the government are ordering the permanent sealing of Britain's only 2 shale gas wells. The government is perfectly entitled on environmental grounds to not exploit such wells in normal conditions. But does he not recognise that in a desperate situation such as an international conflict where other sources of power were cut off from us, taking a decision now to concrete these things over so that a future government could not use them is an extremely irresponsible and reckless
He knows there are real consequences of fracking, as I've set out. But what we need to do to secure our independence and lower bills and the next generation of jobs is move at speed to renewable energy. And that's why I'm pleased there's record investment coming into renewable energy so that tyrants like Putin can't put his boot on our throat. Now, if the party opposite don't want to support that investment, they should say so.
Kim Leadbeater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Prime Minister join me in thanking colleagues from across the House and the excellent clerks and staff who have spent the last few months working on the Assisted Dying Bill Committee? And would he agree with me that if the law is to change on assisted dying, it's extremely important that it is implemented as soon as it is safe and practicable to do so?
Can I congratulate all colleagues working on this bill and taking part in the debate? It is an important issue on which there are different views across the House and within parties. The bill is a matter for the House, but it is the government's role to ensure every piece of legislation that passes through Parliament is effective and workable. So we will continue to work with my honourable friend as the bill sponsor to do that, in the same way, Mr Speaker, we would for every private member's bill which passes second reading. And if Parliament chooses to pass this bill, the Government will implement it in a way that is safe and practicable.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Acorns Children's Hospice provides compassionate care to very young cancer patients and their families across Bromsgrove and the villages, yet it faces a staggering £416,000 increase in national insurance contributions as a result of choices made by this government. With no exemption for hospices and no uplift in non-capital funding, this means that the charity will have to draw from charitable donations made by the public, and this will affect frontline services. This is not right. Will the Prime Minister take this opportunity to right this wrong and exempt hospices from this tax?
We are investing £100 million for adult and children's hospices to improve facilities, equipment and accommodation, as well as £26 million in funding through the Children's Hospice Grant. But their cries and moaning would have a lot more value if they started their questions with an apology for crashing the economy in the first place.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Roads in Burton, Uttoxeter and across Staffordshire are littered with potholes. Local people are forking out thousands because of the Conservatives' neglect and incompetence. And that's despite this Labour government giving Tory Staffordshire County Council £39 million to get the job done. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the people of Staffordshire deserve better than roads with more dimples than a Staffordshire oat cake?
Prime Minister.
Look, he's right. Potholes are a real nuisance. And if you're using your car for work or your van and you hit a pothole, you're looking at a bill of several hundred pounds, which is unbudgeted for so many working families. That's why we're handing the West Midlands Combined Authority an additional £8.6 million to help repair their roads, part of a record £1.6 billion invested across the country. On top of that, Mr Speaker, every council must now publish how many potholes they've filled so we can show that we're making progress and that we're delivering something that didn't happen under last government.
John Cooper.
Mr Speaker, thank you. When he was Director of Public Prosecutions, the Right Honourable Gentleman would not, I think, have sat comfortably in the Cabinet of Prime Minister Cameron. But incredibly, in Scotland, we have a situation where the Head of Prosecutions there, the Lord Advocate, does sit in Cabinet. This has been thrown into sharp focus lately with a police probe into the finances of the SNP. It's further been thrown into sharp focus because ultimately, although not personally involved, the Lord Advocate does ultimately sit at the head of the investigation into the former First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. She faced potential criminal charges. This situation has been created by the SNP. They will not fix it. Does it sit with this House to amend this situation?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to this is a really important issue, and Labour in Scotland have been clear that they'd separate this role. That's the right thing to do for the reasons that have just been articulated. It's the obvious thing to do, and that's obviously what we do in England and Wales. Now, there have been calls for a review on this since 2021, but the SNP has not acted fast on those reviews. They really do need to bring forward proposals now to deal with the problems been sitting there for a very, very long time.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in welcoming the delegation from Bring Back Kids, who are trying to return the tens of thousands of children abducted by Vladimir Putin, an act of pure evil. The Prime Minister will be aware that they've been working with the Yale University Humanitarian Lab, who were tracking thousands of those children inside Russia until recently. I say until recently because they've had their long-term funding removed. Will we consider using our existing contributions to the Partnership Fund for a Resilient Ukraine to restore that important work that they're doing, and in doing so restore the hope that those children can be returned to their anguished families?
Well, I'm grateful to him for emphasising this again. Russia's abduction of Ukrainian children is sickening, and I think across the House we would all agree on that. A peace settlement in Ukraine must see Russia held to account and the children reunited with their families. And in specific reference to his question, the UK is playing our full part in international efforts, including funding the Bring Kids Back initiative through the Partnership Fund for a Resilient Ukraine. And I want to reassure the whole House will do everything we can to see these children returned and reintegrated as safely and as quickly as is possible.
Madeira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The 7-year-old adoptive daughter of my constituent Sarah suffered immense trauma in her early years. Thanks to support from the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund, she's been able to access much-needed therapy that's helped her progress. But she and thousands of others don't know if they'll be able to get more help, because in just 5 days, that fund ends and ministers have repeatedly refused to confirm whether it will continue. So can the Prime Minister give a cast-iron guarantee to vulnerable children, adoptive parents and kinship carers that he won't cut this fund, and so that, in Sarah's words, she can give her daughter the absolute best second chance in life she deserves?
Well, we will set out details just as soon as we can on the basis of the principles that I set out earlier. The scheme overall, in terms of welfare, is not defendable on terms, but it must be a scheme that supports those that need it, and the details will be set out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While our nation was being engulfed last year by racist riots in Slough, Christians, Hindus, Jews, Sikhs, people of faith and no faith openly declared that if anybody tried to attack a mosque in our town, we'd stand in solidarity with our local Muslim community to protect it. However, since then, many have become more fearful with a rise in Islamophobic attacks, including this month at a mosque in Aberdeen. So can my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, confirm to the country what steps is the government taking to tackle such hate crime and promote community cohesion so that those seeking to divide our British society are not allowed to succeed?
Well, I thank him for his question. He does great work to bring our communities together, especially in Slough. Look, any form of racial or religious-based hatred is abhorrent and has no place in society. We have set aside over £50 million to protect faith communities and freedom of worship. That's the right thing to do. It's a shame that we have to do it. And our £15 million Community Recovery Fund has been supporting communities affected by the disorder last summer. Again, the right thing to do, but it's a shame that we have to do it.
Sir Roger Gale.
Mr. Speaker, the problems faced by Heathrow earlier in the week have highlighted again the fact that since the closure of Manston Airport in Kent, South East lacks a major diversion facility. Now, one diversion facility would not, of course, have compensated for the closure of Heathrow, a major hub airport. But would the Prime Minister agree that with the reopening of Manston planned for October 2028, there will be a significant contribution to resilience of aviation in the South East?
Well, look, he's right to raise the concern about the situation in Heathrow. I think everybody is very concerned by what happened last week. There are clearly questions that need to be answered on a number of fronts in relation to what happened, and an investigation is ongoing. But I'm not going to announce particular parts of our policy and strategy here at this stage.
Irene Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of North Ayrshire and Arran, the SNP ferry fiasco is having a devastating social and economic impact on our Drossen and the Isle of Arran. As well as building a Calmac ferry that doesn't fit into the existing harbour, the Fraser of Allender Institute estimates that the disrupted ferries cost the Isle of Arran £170,000 of lost revenue per day. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the SNP government needs to find a rapid solution to swiftly address this serious situation?
I thank her for fighting SNP incompetence on behalf of her constituents. Yet again, the SNP are failing island communities. Hospital appointments are being missed and livelihoods destroyed. And Scotland has a proud history of shipbuilding and engineering. The SNP should be supporting Scottish workers and focusing on delivering for our communities.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Camphor Magna in my constituency is proposed as a site for a new energy from waste incinerator, which will burn 260,000 tonnes of waste a year, more than the whole of Dorset's use. And I'm concerned that as we reduce our levels of waste with the brilliant new plans to recycle more, we're going to end up having to feed the monster. the area already has 95% of the capacity. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that we shouldn't allow new plants where we already have sufficient capacity or where carbon capture is not going to be included?
Yeah. I hope she'll forgive me. The details of the particular incinerator she speaks of, I don't know the details. I'm not across that. But I will make sure that she gets an answer to her question in written form as soon as possible.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend my right honourable friend for his leadership on Ukraine, showing that the UK is once again at the forefront of protecting democratic freedoms? Does he agree with me that as our defence spending increases, we need to support our supply chain companies to increase their capability, creating good jobs and apprenticeships in places like Stockton North and across the country? And will he meet with me and our Teesside Defence and Innovation Cluster that I've established, which is helping to create that new defence capability for the UK?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a once-in-a-generation moment for security of our country and our continent. We've set out that fully funded increase in defence spending to 2.5% in 2027, the biggest sustained boost since the Cold War. But that must benefit British jobs and British businesses. And that's why I'll make sure that he gets the meeting that he wants with the relevant minister.
Jerome Mayo.
In October last year, the Chancellor delivered a massive tax, borrow and spend budget. Now her plans have collapsed around her ears with an emergency budget to cut that spending. So has the time now come, Mr. Speaker, for the Prime Minister to state in public that he has full confidence in the Chancellor?
I have full confidence in the Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Albion Rovers has been a football institution in Coatbridge since 1882. However, following relegation and the lack of financial support for teams leaving professional leagues, it now faces a deeply perilous situation, risking the very future of one of Scotland's oldest football clubs. Does my right honourable friend agree that clubs like Albion Rovers are integral to the fabric of our communities? And will he join me in encouraging all parties to be solution-focused on this matter and encourage football authorities to strengthen our clubs in the lower leagues to help protect their future?
Well, he's a superb local champion, and regardless of which club any of us support, they share a love of the game, and they are at the heart of our communities, and Albion Rovers is exactly that, a huge point of local pride, and I'd encourage all efforts to secure the future of the club.
Final question, Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're joined in Parliament today by Katie Brett, whose 16-year-old sister Sasha was raped and stabbed to death. Aisha Hussain, whose cousin Jan, was killed by a sex offender and stored her body in a freezer. Paula Hudgell, whose adopted son Tony lost his lower legs as a result of child cruelty, and Becky and Glenn Ewins, whose daughter Violet Grace was killed by a hit-and-run driver who spent barely more time in prison than she was alive. Supporting them are Jeremy and Susan Everard, who received justice for the murder of their daughter, Sarah, but who know too many others do not. They've come together to say with one voice that it's time for us to start ensuring sentences truly deliver justice for victims and their families. Would the Prime Minister agree to meeting with them in future to hear their stories firsthand?
Well, can I thank him for raising this issue? The courage of these campaigners after simply appalling cases is astounding, and I find it humbling. I'm pleased the Minister for Victims will be meeting the group, I think, today, and I look forward to meeting them in the future, because we must prioritise victims and make sure sentences punish offenders and protect the public. So thank him for raising this really important set of cases.
That completes Prime Minister's questions with that front bench changeover.
Right, we now come to the spring statement. Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Mr. Speaker, this Labour government was elected to bring change to our country, to provide security for working people and to deliver a decade of national renewal. That work began in July, and I am proud of what we have delivered in just 9 months. Restoring stability to our public finances, giving the Bank of England the foundation to cut interest rates 3 times since the general election, rebuilding our public services with record investment in our NHS, bringing waiting lists down for 5 months in a row, and increasing the national living wage to give 3 million people a pay rise from next week. Now our task is to secure Britain's future in a world that is changing before our eyes. The threat facing our continent was transformed when Putin invaded Ukraine. It has since escalated further and will continue to evolve rapidly. At the same time, the global economy has become more uncertain, bringing insecurity at home as trading patterns become more unstable and borrowing costs rise for many major economies. Mr. Speaker, the job of a responsible government is not simply to watch this change. This moment demands an active government, a government not stepping back, but stepping up. A government on the side of working people, helping Britain to reach its potential. And, Mr. Speaker, we have the strength to do just that. As one of the world's largest economies, an ally to trading partners across the globe, and a hub for global innovation. These strengths and the progress that we have made so far mean that we can act quickly and decisively in a more uncertain world to secure Britain's future and to deliver prosperity for working people. Mr. Speaker, as I set out at the budget last year, I am today returning to the House to provide an update on our public finances, supported by a new forecast from the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility. Ahead of a full spending review in June, I will then return to the House in the autumn to deliver a budget in line with our commitment to deliver just one major fiscal event a year. So let me now turn to the OBR's forecasts. And I want to thank Richard Hughes and his team for their dedicated work. The increased global uncertainty has had 2 consequences. First, on our public finances, and second, on our economy. I will take each in turn. In the autumn, I set out our new fiscal rules that would guide this government. These fiscal rules are non-negotiable. They are the embodiment of this government's unwavering commitment to bring stability to our economy and to ensure security for working people. Because the British people have seen what happens when a government borrows beyond their means. The mini-budget delivered by the party opposite resulted in higher bills, in higher rents and higher mortgages. And, Mr. Speaker, it was not the wealthy who suffered most when they crushed the economy. It was ordinary working people. And they continue to feel the effects 2.5 years later of the damage that the party opposite did. Now let me be clear. There is nothing progressive, there is nothing Labour about working people paying the price for economic irresponsibility. The British people put their trust in this Labour government because they knew that I would never take risks with the public finances, that we would never do anything to put household finances in danger. And we must earn that trust every single day. The 2 rules that I set out at the budget were first, our stability rule, which ensures that public spending is under control, balancing the current budget by 2029-30, so that day-to-day spending is met by tax receipts. Second, our investment rule, to drive growth in the economy, ensuring that net financial debt falls by the end of the forecast period, while enabling us to invest alongside business. Turning first to the stability rule, the OBR's forecast shows that before the steps that I will take in this statement, the current budget would have been in deficit by £4.1 billion in 2029-30, having been in surplus by £9.9 billion in the autumn, as the UK, alongside our international peers like France and Germany, has seen the cost of borrowing rise during this period of heightened uncertainty in global markets. As a result of the steps that I am taking today, I can confirm that I have restored in full our headroom against the stability rule, moving from a deficit of £36.1 billion in 2025-26 and £13.4 billion in 2026-27 to a surplus of £6.0 billion in 27-28, £7.1 billion in 2028-29 and a surplus of £9.9 billion in 2029-30. That compares to the headroom left by the previous government of just £6.5 billion. That means we are continuing to meet the stability rule 2 years early, building resilience to shocks in this, a more uncertain world. The OBR forecast that the investment rule is also met 2 years early, with net financial debt of 82.9% of GDP in 25-26 and 83.5% in 26-27, before falling to 83.4% in 27-28, in 83.2% in 2028-29, and then to 82.7% in 2029-30, providing headroom of £15.1 billion in the final year of the forecast, broadly unchanged from the autumn. After the last government doubled the national debt, after they doubled the national debt, debt interest payments now stand at £105.2 billion this year. Mr. Speaker, that is more than we allocate to Defence, the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice combined. That is the legacy of the party opposites. So the responsible choice is to reduce our levels of debt and borrowing in the years ahead, so that we can spend more on the priorities of working people, and that is exactly what this government will do. Mr. Speaker, I said that our fiscal rules were non-negotiable, and I meant it. I will always deliver economic stability, and I will always put working people first. I said it at the election, I said it at the budget, and I say it again today. Let me now set out the steps that the government has taken. At the budget, we protected working people by keeping our promise not to raise their rates of national insurance, income tax or VAT. At the same time, we began to rebuild our public services after the party opposite left a £22 billion black hole in our public finances. Ours were the right choices for stability and the right choices for renewal, funded by the decisions that we took on tax. As I promised in the autumn, this statement does not contain any further tax increases. But when working people are paying their taxes while still struggling with the cost of living, it cannot be right that others are still evading what they rightly owe in tax. In the budget, I delivered the most ambitious package of measures that we have ever seen to cut down on tax evasion, raising £6.5 billion per year by the end of the forecast. Today, I go further, continuing our investment in cutting-edge technology, investing in the HMRC's capacity to crack down on tax avoidance, and setting out plans to increase the number of tax fraudsters charged every year by 20%. These changes raise a further £1 billion, taking the total revenue raised from reducing tax evasion under this Labour government to £7.5 billion. These figures are verified by the Office for Budget Responsibility, and I want to thank my honourable friend, the Exchequer Secretary, for his continued work in this area. Mr. Speaker, last week, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, set out this government's plans to reform the welfare system. The Labour Party is the party of work. We believe that if you can work, you should work. But if you can't work, you should be properly supported. This government inherited a broken system. More than 1,000 people every day are qualifying for personal independence payments. 1 in 8 young people are not in employment, education or training. If we do nothing, we are writing off an entire generation. That cannot be right, and we will not stand for it. It is a waste of their potential, and it is a waste of their futures, and we will change it. As my right honourable friend said in her statement last week, the final costings would be subject to the OBR's assessment. Today, the OBR have said that they estimate that the package will save £4.8 billion in the welfare budget, reflecting their judgments on behavioural effects and wider factors. This also reflects final adjustments to the overall package, consistent with the Secretary of State's statement last week and the Government's Pathways to Work Green Paper. The Universal Credit Standard Allowance will increase from £92 per week in 25-26 to £106 a week by 29-30, while the Universal Credit Health element will be cut for new claimants by around 50% and then frozen. On top of this, we are investing £1 billion to provide guaranteed, personalised employment support to help people back into work. And £400 million to support the Department for Work and Pensions and our job centres to deliver these changes effectively and fairly, taking total savings after that to the package to £3.4 billion. While spending on disability and sickness benefits will continue to rise, these plans mean that welfare spending as a share of GDP will fall between 2026 and the end of the forecast period, very different to what we inherited from the party opposite. We are reforming our welfare system, making it more sustainable, protecting the most vulnerable, and most importantly, supporting more people back into secure work, lifting them out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, at the budget, I fixed the foundations of our economy to deliver on the promise of change. That work has already begun. 2 million extra appointments in our NHS. Waiting lists down. New breakfast clubs opening across England. The largest settlements in real terms for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland in the history of devolution. Asylum costs falling, promises made, promises kept, and every single one of them opposed by the parties opposite. At the budget, alongside providing an increase in funding for this year and next, I set the envelope for the spending review, which we will deliver in June, led by my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, to set departmental budgets until 28-29 for day-to-day spending and until 2029-30 for capital spending. Today, I'm reflecting 2 steps that we have taken on our spending plans. First, because we are living in an uncertain world, as the Prime Minister has set out, we will increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP, reducing overseas aid to 0.3% of gross national income. This means we save £2.6 billion in day-to-day spending in 2029-30 to fund our more capital-intensive defence commitments. Second, in recent months, we have begun to fundamentally reform the British state, driving efficiency and productivity across government, to deliver tangible savings and improve services across our country. Earlier this the Prime Minister set out plans to abolish the arm's-length body NHS England and ensure that that money goes directly to improving the service for patients. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is driving forward vital reforms to increase NHS productivity, bearing down on costly agency spend to save money so that we can improve patient care. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, is taking forward work to significantly reduce the costs of running government by 15%, worth £2 billion by the end of the decade. This work shows that we can make our state leaner and more agile, delivering more resources to the front line, while ensuring that we control day-to-day spending to meet our fiscal rules. Today, I build on that work by bringing forward £3.25 billion of investment to deliver the reforms that our public services need through a new transformation fund. That is money brought forward now to bring down the costs of running government by the end of the forecast period. by making public services more efficient, more productive and more focused on the user. I can confirm today the first allocations from this fund, including funding for voluntary exit schemes to reduce the size of the civil service, pioneering AI tools to modernise the state, investment in technology for the Ministry of Justice to deliver probation services more effectively, and upfront investment so we can support more children into foster care to give them the best possible start in life and reduce cost pressures in the future. Our work to make government leaner, more productive and more efficient will help deliver a further £3.5 billion of day-to-day savings by 2029-30. Overall, day-to-day spending will be reduced by £6.1 billion in 2029-30, and it will now grow by an average of 1.2% a year above inflation, compared to 1.3% in the autumn. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to the House that day-to-day spending will increase in real terms above inflation in every single year of the forecast. And in the spending review, apart from the reductions in overseas aid, day-to-day spending across government has been fully protected. I can also confirm our approach to capital investment. In the autumn budget, I announced £100 billion of additional capital spending to crowd in investment from the private sector, to fix our crumbling infrastructure, and to create jobs in every corner of our country. Today, I am not cutting capital spending, as the party opposite did, time and time again, because that choked off growth, and it left our school roofs literally crumbling. That was the wrong choice. It was the irresponsible choice. It was the Tory choice. Today, I am instead increasing capital spending by an average of £2 billion per year compared with the autumn, to drive growth in our economy and to deliver in full our vital commitments on defence. This government will ensure that every pound we spend will deliver for the British people by increasing productivity, driving growth in our economy and improving our frontline public services. Mr. Speaker, let me turn now to the impact of increased uncertainty on our economy. To deliver economic stability, we must work closely with the Bank of England, supporting the Independent Monetary Policy Committee to meet their 2% inflation target. There have been 3 interest rate cuts since the general election, and today's data showed that inflation fell in February. Having peaked at 11% under the previous government, the OBR forecast that CPI inflation will average 3.2% this year before falling rapidly to 2.1% in 2026 and meeting the 2% target from 2027 onwards, giving families and businesses the security that they need and providing our economy with the stable platform it needs to grow. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, the OECD downgraded this year's growth forecast for every G7 economy, including the UK. And the OBR have today revised down our growth forecast for 2025, from 2% in the autumn to 1% today. I am not satisfied with these numbers, and that is why we on this side of the House are serious about taking the action needed to grow our economy. Backing the builders, not the blockers, with a 3rd runway at Heathrow Airport and the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. Increasing investment with reforms to our pension system and a new National Wealth Fund. And tearing down regulatory barriers in every sector of our economy. That is a serious plan for growth. That is a serious plan to improve living standards. That is a serious plan to renew our country. Mr. Speaker, a changing world presents challenges, but it also presents new opportunities for new jobs and new contracts in our world-class defence industrial centres, from Belfast to Deeside and from Plymouth to Rosyth. In February, the Prime Minister set out our government's commitment to increase spending on defence to 2.5% of GDP from April 2027, the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. with an ambition to spend 3% of GDP on defence in the next Parliament. That was the right decision in a more insecure world, putting an extra £6.4 billion into defence spending by 2027. But we have to move quickly in this changing world, and that starts with investment. So today I can confirm that I will provide an additional £2.2 billion for the Ministry of Defence in the next financial year, a further down payment on our plans to deliver 2.5% of GDP by 2027. This additional investment is not just about increasing our national security, but increasing our economic security too. As defence spending rises, I want the whole country to feel its benefits. So I will now set out the immediate steps that we are taking to boost Britain's defence industry and to make the UK a defence industrial superpower. We will spend a minimum of 10% of the Ministry of Defence's equipment budget on new novel technologies, including drones and AI-enabled technology, driving forward advanced manufacturing production in places like Glasgow, in Derby and in Newport, creating demand for highly skilled engineers and scientists, and delivering new business opportunities for UK tech firms and start-ups. We will establish a protected budget of £400 million within the Ministry of Defence, a budget that will rise over time for UK defence innovation, with a clear mandate to bring innovative technology to the front line at speed. And we will reform our broken defence procurement system, making it quicker, more agile and more streamlined, and giving small businesses across the UK better access to Ministry of Defence contracts, something welcomed by the Federation of Small Businesses. We will take forward our plan for Barrow, a town at the heart of our nuclear security, working with my honourable friend, the member for Barrow and Furness, and providing £200 million, supporting the creation of thousands of jobs there. We will regenerate Portsmouth Naval Base, securing its future, as called for by my honourable friend, the member for Portsmouth South. We will secure better homes for thousands of military families, the homes that they deserve denied to them by the previous governments. Homes for our military families in constituencies of my honourable friends for Plymouth Moorview, Plymouth Sutton and Devonport, York Outer and in Aldershot. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. Finally, Mr Speaker, we will provide £2 billion of increased capacity for UK export finance, to provide loans for overseas buyers of UK defence goods and services, because I want to do more with our defence budget so we can buy and make and sell things here in Britain. Giving further opportunities for our world-leading defence companies and those who work in them to grow and create jobs here in Britain as military spending rightly increases all across Europe. To oversee all of this vital work, my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary and I will establish a new Defence Growth Board to maximise the benefits from every pound of taxpayers' money that we spend. And we will put defence at the heart of our modern industrial strategy to drive innovation that can deliver huge benefits back into the British economy. Mr Speaker, that is how we make our country a defence industrial superpower. So the skills of the future, the jobs of the future and the opportunities of the future can be found right here in the United Kingdom. Mr Speaker, as the previous government learned to their detriment, there are no shortcuts to economic growth. It will take long-term decisions. It will take hard yards. It will take time for the reforms that we are introducing to be felt in the everyday economy. It is right that the Office for Budget Responsibility consider the evidence and look carefully at measures before recognising a growth impact in their forecast. But, Mr Speaker, I can announce to the House that the OBR have considered and have scored one of the central planks of our plan for growth. In my first week as Chancellor, I announced that we were pursuing the most ambitious set of planning reforms in decades to get Britain building again. And in December, we published changes to the National Planning Policy Framework, driven forward tirelessly by my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister. reintroducing mandatory housing targets and bringing grey belt land into scope. The OBR have today concluded that these reforms will permanently increase the level of real GDP by 0.2% in 29-30, an additional £6.8 billion for our economy, and by 0.4% of GDP within 10 years, an additional £15.1 billion in our British economy. Mr. Speaker, that is the biggest positive growth impact that the OBR have ever reflected in their forecast for a policy with no fiscal cost. And taken together with our plans to increase capital spending that we set out in the budget last year, this government's policies will increase the level of real GDP by 0.6% in the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, that is the difference that this Labour government is making. Policies to grow our economy, promises by a Labour government, delivered by a Labour government, opposed by the parties opposite. Mr. Speaker, the planning system that we inherited was far too slow. The OBR have concluded that our reforms will lead to house building reaching a 40-year high. 305,000 homes a year by the end of the forecast period. And changes to the National Planning Policy Framework alone will help build over 1.3 million homes in the UK over the next 5 years, taking us within touching distance of delivering our manifesto promise to build 1.5 million homes in England in this Parliament. Homes promised by this Labour government, homes built by this Labour government, homes opposed by the parties opposite. The impact on our economy goes further still. I said at the election that we could not simply tax and spend our way to prosperity. We need economic growth. So I can today confirm that the effect of our growth policies, including our planning reforms, means an additional £3.4 billion to support our public finances and our public services by 2029-30. The proceeds of growth, promised by this Labour government, delivered by this Labour government, opposed by the parties opposite. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, we provided an additional £2 billion of investment in social and affordable homes next year, delivering up to 18,000 new homes and allowing local areas to bid for new development across our country, including sites in Thanet, in Sunderland and in Swindon. More security for families across our country, promised by this Labour government, delivered by this Labour government and opposed by the parties opposite. And to build these new homes, we need people with the right skills. Earlier this week, my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, announced more than £600 million to train up 60,000 more construction workers, including with 10 new technical excellence colleges across every region of our country, giving working people the chance to fulfil their potential. New opportunities for our young people, promised by this Labour government, delivered by this Labour government, opposed by the parties opposite. Mr. Speaker, all this is just the start. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill passed its second reading on Monday. No thanks to the parties opposite. Once this bill completes its passage, it will help deliver the homes and infrastructure our country badly needs. And I say to the parties opposite, the British people will be watching. Because if the parties opposite don't support these reforms, let us be clear about what that means. They are opposing economic growth. They are opposing more homes for families. They are opposing good jobs across our country. We on this side are clear about whose side we are on. The parties opposite must decide too. This Labour government is taking the right decisions now to secure Britain's future. And today I can confirm to the House that the OBR have upgraded their growth forecast next year and every single year thereafter. With GDP growth of 1.9% in 2026, of 1.8% in 2027, 1.7% in 2028, and 1.8% in 2029. Mr. Speaker, by the end of the forecast, our economy is larger compared to the OBR's forecast at the time of the budget. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't just about lines on a graph. It's about improving people's lives. Working people are still feeling the pinch after a cost of living crisis caused by the party opposite that caused interest rates and inflation to go through the roof. So I am pleased that the OBR confirmed today that real household disposable income will now grow this year at almost twice the rate expected in the autumn. Compared to the forecast in the final budget delivered by the party opposite, and after taking into account inflation, the OBR say today that people will be, on average, over £500 a year better off under this Labour government. That will mean more money in the pockets of working people, higher living standards promised by this Labour government, delivered by this Labour government, opposed by the parties opposite. Mr. Speaker, the world is changing. We can see that and we can feel it. A changing world demands a government that is on the side of working people, acting in their interest, acting in the national interest, not retreating from challenges, not stepping back, but a government with the courage to step up, to secure Britain's future, and to seize the opportunities that are out there before us. I am impatient for change. The British people are impatient for change after 14 years of failure. And we are beginning to see change happen. Our plan for change is working. Defence spending is rising. Waiting lists are falling. Wages are up. Interest rates are cut. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. And today, Mr. Speaker, the OBR confirm that our plan to get Britain building will drive growth in our economy and put more money in people's pockets. There are no quick fixes, but we have taken the right choices, returning stability to our economy after years of mismanagement by the party opposite, delivering security for our country and security for working people. That is what drives this government. That is what drives me as Chancellor. That is what drives the choices that I have set out today, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride.
Mr. Speaker, at the last budget, the Right Honourable Lady said that she would bring stability to the public finances. Stability to the public finances. But this statement, more appropriately referred to as an emergency budget, has brought her to a cold, hard...
Can I just say to you, quite rightly I want to hear to the Chancellor. I now want to hear the Shadow Chancellor. I don't need any help.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This emergency budget, Mr. Speaker, has brought the Right Honourable Lady to a cold, hard reckoning. She has become very fond recently to talk about the world having changed. Well, indeed it has, Mr. Speaker. This country was growing at the fastest rate in the G7 only about a year ago. And just as the OECD and the Bank of England and other forecasters, and now we learn today, the OBR have stated, growth has been halved in this year, cut in two as a consequence of the decisions and the choices that the Right Honourable Lady made on her watch. Inflation which was down to 2%, bang on target on the very day of the last general election under a Conservative government. We are now told this year will be running at twice the level as was forecast under ourselves in 2024. This is going to mean prices bearing down on households and on businesses right across the country because of her choices. And the OBR also says, Mr. Speaker, that unemployment will be rising this year and next year and the year after. And in fact, across the forecast period, it will not decline at all. So much for the Right Honourable Lady's back-to-work plans. And we have already seen, Mr. Speaker, what it means when it comes to controlling borrowing under this Chancellor. And yes, she has come forward now with a plan to squeeze spending later on in the forecast period. And she has, of course, told the OBR that these are the elements of spending restraint to which she will stick. But what do the markets think? And could I ask the Right Honourable Lady, given her track record, given the fact that she has failed to control spending and borrowing to date, what does she think the markets are going to make of her latest promises? But the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, says, of course, that none of this is her fault. It is the war in Ukraine. It is President Trump. It is tariffs. It is President Putin. It is the Conservatives. It is her legacy. It is anybody but her. Well, what the British people know, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a consequence of her choices. She is the architect of her own misfortune. It was the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, who talked down the economy, so that business surveys and confidence crashed through the floor. It was the Right Honourable Lady who confected the £22 billion black hole. A smokescreen that was only ever there in order to cover up for the fact that she and the Prime Minister reneged on their promises to the British people during the last general election. And a black hole that the OBR themselves, ironically at the government's behest, have said they will not legitimise. She chose to be reckless with a sliver of headroom against her fiddled targets. She borrowed and spent and taxed like it was the 1970s. Little wonder, Mr. Speaker, that the Chancellor has tanked the economy. Little wonder we have an emergency budget, all because of her choices. Now, the Chancellor likes to tour the television studios and tell everybody they should be thankful that she will not be ramping up taxes in this emergency budget as she did before. But that will be cold comfort to the millions up and down the country waiting in fear and trepidation for the start of the new tax year, buckling under the burden of tax that will be rising to the highest tax burden on her watch in the history of our country. And so could I ask the Right Honourable Lady if, when she replies in a moment, she will give that much-needed reassurance, particularly to businesses, that she will not be ramping up taxes still further in the autumn. Even a basic economist, Mr. Speaker, knows that if you tax something, you get less of it. You don't need to have worked at the Bank of England for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, to know that. So what did the Chancellor tax? She taxed jobs and wealth creation. She's destroyed livelihoods, businesses clobbered, big and small companies, the backbone of our economy. Enterprise crushed on the altar of her ineptitude. The CIPD telling us a third of those businesses affected will shed labour. Morrison's losing 200 jobs, Tesco 400, Sainsbury's 3,000 jobs lost. No wonder the Federation of Small Business say that outside of the pandemic, business confidence has been left at its lowest level on record. But it's not just businesses, Mr. Speaker. It's charities, it's GPs, it's pharmacists, It's those who transport children who have special educational needs, and it is hospices caring for the sick and the dying. In this House, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party had the opportunity yesterday and last week to stop that, but they voted our amendments down. And we will never let their constituents forget it. Mr. Speaker, if you ramp up taxes, if you ramp up borrowing and spending without any commensurate improvement in productivity, it leads to growing inflation. And inflation has been increasing on this government's watch. It means that interest rates stay higher for longer. The Chancellor just now trumpeted the fact that there had been 3 interest rate cuts since the Labour Party came to office. She knows full well there should have been more than that had she managed. She knows full well. She knows full well. She knows full well, Mr. Speaker. She knows full well that interest rates are higher for longer because of the choices that she took. And this has led, Mr. Speaker, to servicing costs for our national debt, which is running at twice the defence budget. And today we have learned from the OBR that debt interest is to increase still further. None of this money, Mr. Speaker, is going to be spent on public services. It will be going down the drain. Mr. Speaker, the real black hole, Mr. Speaker, the real black hole is not the one the Chancellor invented, it is the one the Chancellor created. It's not a central problem, Mr. Speaker, the fact that this Chancellor is a gambler. Even with her fiddled fiscal targets, she left way too little headroom. Way too little headroom. And it's not the truth that whilst the Right Honourable Lady said at the last budget that that was a once-in-a-Parliament reset, she rolled the dice on a wafer-thin margin, and she lost. Reckless with her fingers crossed, she fiddled the targets and she missed them.
I'm not sure about the language we use. I think there are better words and more constructive words the Shadow Chancellor would prefer to use.
Can I just point out, thank you, Mr. Can I just point out that all of her fiscal headroom disappeared, not just some of it. In fact, she went underwater to the tune of £4.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, reeling from one fiscal event to the next is not a way to run the public finances. And breaking your fiscal rules to the extent that the Right Honourable Lady has in just 6 months is a public humiliation. Mr. Speaker, could I briefly focus on defence spending? We on this side of the House welcome the fact that, as we press the government to do, they will reach 2.5% of GDP by 2027. And we note the stepping stone along the way that the Right Honourable Lady has just announced. But we should go further than that. The 3% target should be brought forward to this Parliament. So can I ask the Right Honourable Lady, given the geopolitical tensions that she has raised, what provision has she made in her headroom, in her fiscal plans, for increasing defence spending more quickly in this Parliament if that proves necessary? And could I ask her, would she scrap the absurd Chagos deal and put that money behind our armed forces? Mr. Speaker, the economy is in a perilous state, but there was a different way. There were different choices on taxing and spending and borrowing and on productivity and on welfare. And let me just say a few words on welfare. It was the privilege of my life, Mr. Speaker, to have served as the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. And when it came to welfare reform, with that privilege came a deep responsibility. The responsibility for welfare reform to be properly thought through with a very clear plan. So I know they don't like it because it's an alien idea, Mr. Speaker, to the party opposite, so that we can be fair to the taxpayer but equally fair to the many people up and down our country, some of whom are highly vulnerable. This was an approach on our watch that led to $5 billion of savings across the forecast period and 450,000 fewer people going on to long-term sickness and disability benefits as a direct consequence. And we would have gone further, much further, and we set out a clear plan, we set out a clear plan in our manifesto to do exactly that. But the party opposite rushed their changes. They had no plan. There was not a single mention of PIP, personal independence payments, in the Labour Party manifesto. When they got into office, they pussyfooted around and dithered. Why? Because it's deeply divisive within their rank and file. And then suddenly, when the Chancellor decided that she had run out of money, out the word went to find some savings in welfare, to scrabble around, to yank every lever possible. And the spectacle, frankly, Mr. Speaker, of what the OBR has said about the changes that were only announced last week by the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions is simply shambolic. Yes. We have gone from incompetence, Mr. Speaker, to chaos. Yes. There have been more changes in this policy than there were at the last minute to the profile of the Right Honourable Lady on LinkedIn. The result is the worst of all worlds, a wholly inadequate level of savings on welfare, with welfare costs still spiralling ever higher, and changes that were likely to harm many vulnerable people. So could I ask the Right Honourable Lady, when the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions came to the House last week with these changes, she did not provide an impact assessment. Was this because the OBR had not signed off the numbers? Was it because the department did not have enough time to produce one? Or was it only provided today, as many of us suspect, because this was thought to be a good time to bury bad news? Mr. Speaker, the forecast for growth is down, for borrowing costs is up, for inflation is up, and business confidence has been smashed in a million pieces. This Chancellor constantly trying to blame forces beyond her control. The right response is not to duck responsibility, but to build a resilient economy. The Right Honourable Lady would have us believe that that is what she is doing. But how can we believe this Chancellor? How can we trust this Chancellor? She is the Chancellor who said she would not increase borrowing, but she did. She said she wouldn't change her fiscal rules, but she did. She said she wouldn't put up national insurance, but she did. She said she wouldn't cut winter fuel payment, but she did. She said she wouldn't tax farmers, but she did. And she said she would not move to more than one fiscal event a year, and she just has. And now we are all paying the price of her broken promises. Today's numbers confirm it. We are poorer and we are weaker. To govern, Mr. Speaker, is to choose. And this Chancellor has made all the wrong choices.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
OK, well, I know that the Chancellor hasn't been in this role, Sarah Chancellor hasn't been in this role for very long, but I mean, at least he's not misquoting Shakespeare today. If this was a budget, then it would be the Leader of the Opposition responding. Now, I'm glad that she's still in her place. I know that she'll want to get back to her office for a lunchtime steak soon. But the Right Honourable Gentleman, he talks about budgets. Let me remind the party opposite that the only emergency budget we have seen in recent years was in response to the party's disastrous mini-budget. A mini-budget that crushed the economy, sent mortgage bills spiralling and left a £22 billion black hole in our nation's finances. Now, they might have forgotten about the damage that they did to our country, but the British people never will. But as always, the Shadow Chancellor talked a lot, but he didn't offer a single alternative. He says he opposes our tax rises, but he can't tell us whether he would cut the NHS to reverse them. He says he wants economic growth, but they abstained on the very planning reforms that the OBR have said will kickstart growth. Now, Mr. Speaker, you don't change the country by abstaining, by sitting on the fence. You change the country by leading, by taking action, and that is what this government are doing. And Mr. Speaker, he says he wants businesses to trade, but he doesn't want us to talk to the second largest economy in the world, or indeed our biggest trading partners in the European Union. He simply isn't serious. 4 months into the job and he's got no clue. He wants to talk about growth, but he doesn't say anything about the fact that the OBR has upgraded growth next year and every single year after. He talks about pensioners, but he forgets that it's his party to scrap the triple lock, which we are protecting, and which will mean the state pension rising next month by over £400. And Mr. Speaker, he talks about wages, but he forgets the fact that we are boosting wages by boosting the national living wage from next month. And, Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Chancellor says nothing about living standards or this morning's fall in inflation, because the last Parliament was the worst on record, and the OBR today have revised up their forecast for family finances. Mr. Speaker, working people are always better off with Labour. Now, he is learning something, because at least this time he's asked a couple of questions, so let me respond to them. He asked what should the markets make. Well, what the market should see is that when I've been tested with a deterioration in the headroom, we have restored that headroom in full. That is the choices that I made. And he says that it's a slither of a headroom. Well, it's 50% more headroom than I inherited from the party opposite. When I was left with a slither of headroom, I rebuilt it after last government eroded it. That is the difference that we've made. And whilst they left the public finances and the public services a mess, we wiped the slate clean, which means we have the flexibility now to increase defence spending, as we have done in as the leader of the Labour Party has done. The party opposite had 14 years to increase defence spending, and now they lately come to the party. And the Shadow Chancellor mentions welfare reform and his time at the Department for Work and Pensions. What a legacy. 1 in 8 young people not in education, employment or training. 1,000 people a day going on to personal independence payments. And the OBR say today that welfare spending as a share of GDP will now start falling, a far cry from what we had under the party opposite. And, Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Chancellor speaks about employment. Well, the OBR say that employment will increase, that wages will increase and that living standards will increase. What a change after 14 years of the Conservative Party. Well, the world is changing, and no one can be in any doubt about it. But the Conservative Party are stuck in the past, divided, out of touch and carping from the sidelines. They have no plan. No plan to kickstart growth, no plan to fix our public services, no plan to keep our country safe. The only plan for change they are working on is to change their party leader, and you can't blame them for that. So if they have no plan, let me remind them about ours. The minimum wage up, real wages up, house building up, NHS investment up, investment in our schools up, investment in our roads up, defence spending up. Every single one of those policies opposed by the party opposite. Opposed by the Conservatives, opposed by Reform, opposed by the SNP, opposed by the Liberal Democrats and opposed by the Greens. Mr. Speaker, it's the anti-growth coalition in action. They are the blockers, we are the builders, securing Britain's future, protecting working people and delivering change.
Chair of the Finance Committee, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend inherited a very difficult challenge when she became Chancellor of the Exchequer last July. And she is absolutely right that the books need to balance. This is not other people's money we're spending, but taxpayers' money hard earned by our constituents, and she is right to be tough as Chancellor on this. We look forward to quizzing her at the Treasury Select Committee next week. I'm sure she's looking forward to it as much as we are. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor announced an extra £2 billion a year in capital spending, and she talked about extra defence spending. Can she give some more detail about where she hopes that £2 billion a year extra will go?
Yes, definitely. Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I indeed look forward to attending the Treasury Select Committee next week. I was pleased to have served on the Treasury Select Committee in the past, and it's a pleasure to give evidence to you. We will set out in the spending review, my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary, will set out in the spending review the allocation of the additional capital money, but I was able to announce today £2.2 billion into defence from next year, as well as £2 billion as a down payment to build the affordable and social housing that we need. Two examples of the priorities of this government to get Britain building and to secure our national security.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of this country are crying out for change, but they feel they're just getting more of the same. Of course, it was the Conservative Party that wrecked the public finances, but we are 8 months into the new government, and people are left wondering, where is the change that was promised? The Chancellor says that the world is changing, so why won't she change course with it? The Chancellor said she wanted a dash for growth, but with her national insurance jobs tax, she shot herself in the foot before she even crossed the start line. After the government's disastrous budget, the government had the chance today to change direction, to fix our finances, to kickstart growth and deliver a small business budget. The government could have scrapped the jobs tax, which will hammer our high streets, and instead ask the big banks, the social media giants and the online gambling companies to pay their fair share instead. And the government could have changed its approach to trade, launching talks to boost growth with a new trading deal with our European neighbours. Instead, the government has made the wrong decisions to cut public services, hit disabled people and inflict more pain on our small businesses and high streets. In doing so, they have delivered no change and almost no growth at all. After years of Conservative mismanagement, people can see just how broken our public services are. They can't see a GP, they can't see a dentist, they're fighting for an education plan, and they are picking up the pieces of a broken social care system. Everything is broken, nothing works. That is why people are impatient for the change that they were promised. We have to bring the welfare bill down and support more people into work. It's right for people and our economy, but cutting support for someone who needs help getting dressed and washed in the morning isn't just wrong. It does absolutely nothing to support that person into work. And if anything, it does the exact opposite. It will also have knock-on impacts for the entitlements of their family carers too. So will the Chancellor come clean about this? If the government is serious about cutting welfare spending, it must get serious about fixing health and social care. So will the Chancellor speed up the social care review and ensure that it concludes no later than the end of this year? And in her quest to slim down the civil service, I wonder why the Chancellor has not looked at the mountain of red tape created by the last government's terrible trade deal with Europe. A whopping 2 billion extra pieces of paper have had to be completed by businesses since Brexit, enough to wrap around the world 15 times. If we manage to cut the red tape, we can give British businesses a tailwind. We can deliver far more growth than is currently predicted. We can increase the fiscal headroom to deal with global headwinds, and we can free up precious time and money in our civil service. That would be real change. Madam Deputy Speaker, business was promised change too, and today's statement should have been a small business budget. We Liberal Democrats have repeatedly raised the alarm about the impending damage from the national insurance jobs tax, the bigger business rates bills and changes to reliefs for family farms and family businesses. These changes will be a hammer blow to small and family businesses, leaving communities facing the prospect of an epidemic of boarded-up shop fronts. And there'll be a hammer blow to community health and care providers who stop our NHS from falling over. This isn't the change that was promised. So instead, I say again, the Chancellor should look again at much fairer ways to raise the tax revenue our public services desperately need, by reforming capital gains tax more fairly and asking the big banks, the social media giants and the online gambling companies to pay their fair share. I know that the Chancellor must contend with President Trump's trade war, which is causing global economic turmoil. But our response to Trump's bullying cannot be to cower in the corner and just hope that he's nice to us. We cannot sit on our hands whilst British steel is hit with Trump's tariffs. We Liberal Democrats warmly welcome the Chancellor's move to raise defence spending to 2.5% of GDP. But instead of cutting the aid budget, which abandons the world's poor and damages our soft power, she should instead be covering the cost by raising the digital services tax, handing the tab to Elon Musk and Trump's other billionaire backers. At the very least, Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Chancellor categorically rule out any reduction in the tech tax in an attempt to appease the White House, especially when disabled people in Britain face eye-watering cuts? To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a series of questions. Will the Chancellor recognise that cutting public services that are already stretched is a false economy? Will she accept that trying to bring down the welfare bill without fixing health and social care is a road to nowhere? Will she listen to the warnings from small and family businesses that her jobs tax will do more harm than good? Will she look at the fairer ways of raising revenue that we Liberal Democrats have put forward? And will she take the bold action we need to grow our economy by rebuilding our broken trading relationship with Europe? Madam Deputy Speaker, the public were promised change. Where on earth is it?
Chancellor. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady says, where is the change? Well, let me tell her. More money into our NHS with 2 million additional appointments and waiting lists falling 5 months in a row. We're rolling out breakfast clubs in primary schools from April this year. We're increasing defence spending to protect us in a more uncertain world. Additional support for carers, a living wage up, the Employment Rights Bill, and so much more. That is the difference we've made in 9 months, and we've only just got started. Now, the Honourable Lady talks about trade. Well, we believe in free trade. We are a small, open trading economy, and we benefit with trade links around the world, including with our single biggest trading partner, the United States of America. And it is right that we work with our allies in the United States to ensure that that free and open trade continues. That is in our national interest, and this government will always act in our national interest. At the same time, there is going to be a summit, as the Honourable Lady knows, between the UK and the EU in May, where we look to reset our relationship so that we can see more free trade and the better flow of trade, especially for our smaller businesses to be able to export around Europe. Now, the Honourable Lady talks about welfare. Well, the Honourable Lady has not admitted that there is a single problem in the welfare system as it exists today. Now, I'm not willing, this party is not willing, to write off 1 in 8 young people who are not in education, employment or training. It's why, for example, we have just announced this week with my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, an additional 60,000 training places to train people up in the construction industries of the future, and a £1 billion package of personalised targeted support, because there are many disabled people, and the Honourable Lady knows this, who are desperate to work but aren't getting the support, were denied the support by the last government. And that's why we have said that there will be additional support for the most sick and disabled, and that personal support for getting people back into work. And that is the right approach, so that we have protections for those who need it, work for those who can, and a sustainable system that is here for generations into the future. But I do want to take on the main point that the Honourable Lady makes, because the Honourable Lady wants all the money for public services, but she doesn't want to raise the taxes to pay for them. The tax... At the moment, we spend £105 billion a year on interest on government debt, and it seems that the Honourable Lady would just like more of that debt. She says you can't see a GP, you can't see a dentist. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, how does the Honourable Lady, how do the parties opposite think that you pay for those things? You can't object to the tax increases and support the money that we've invested in our public services. And to say otherwise, I'm afraid, is fairy tales and the magic money tree. It just does not add up. The difference on this side of the House is that we will put money into our public services, explain where it comes from, and ensure that the public finances are on a firm footing. And that is the difference between our party and the parties opposite.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Young people in my constituency, indeed across the country, have had an incredibly difficult time growing up. Austerity saw their further education budgets cut by 14%, then a pandemic, now war in Europe. So can the Chancellor please set out how her plans to get Britain building again will help my constituents, my young constituents, get the good non-graduate jobs they need in Loughborough, Shepshed and the villages?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the honourable member, my honourable friend, speaks powerfully on behalf of his constituents in Loughborough. The additional homes, the 1.5 million homes that this government is building, will ensure that families in Loughborough have a chance of getting on the housing ladder, and young people in Loughborough will have the opportunities to help build those homes. That is the difference that we are making. More jobs, paying decent wages, more homes for our families.
Glenn. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope that the Chancellor next Wednesday in front of the Treasury Select Committee will reiterate her commitment not to come back with more tax increases. But could I turn to the OBR page 5, 1.2, where it says, while the government's planning reforms deliver a modest boost to the level of potential output of 0.2% in 2029, its cumulative growth between 2023 to 2029 is still 0.5 percentage point lower than we projected in October. And the level of productivity is 1% lower. I'd like to know what the Chancellor thinks about that, and can she confirm that the Employment Rights Bill has not been evaluated by the OBR?
Well, the key point that the right honourable gentleman says there is that from 2023 to the end of the forecast, cumulative growth is lower. But of course, this government didn't come into power in 2023. We came into power in July 2024. And what the OBR numbers show, that the economy is bigger because of the changes that we've made. It's just a difference of the dates. I look forward to coming to the Select Committee next week, and I'm sure I'll take more questions from the honourable gentleman then.
Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor has rightly championed economic stability in stark contrast to the previous government, indeed in stark contrast to the previous 5 Chancellors. Yet, as she has said, the world is becoming more unstable, and that global instability feeds through to rapid changes in official projections, which can constrain our room for action. Can the Chancellor reaffirm to us that despite these challenges, she will keep her focus on fiscal stability to meet the long-term missions of this government, to defend our country, to improve living standards, and to protect the most vulnerable in our society?
Chancellor.
Thank you. My honourable friend is absolutely right that her constituents, all of our constituents, depend on economic stability. It ensures they know how much they're going to pay on their rent and their mortgages. It ensures that they're not caught out when they go to the shops by prices constantly rising. And that's why, as a government, we've said to grow our economy, the number one thing that we need to achieve is economic stability. And that's why I'm so pleased that the Bank of England have been able to cut interest rates 3 times since the general election, and also that the OBR forecast that inflation will fall rapidly to 2.1% next year and then 2% in the years after that.
Dr. Caroline Johnson. Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, schools face imminently a huge rise in costs due to the rise in national insurance contributions, and they had been reassured by the government that head teachers have been reassured that the schools will be recompensed with money to cover the national insurance costs. Yet Sir Robert Patterson School in my constituency, a great school, finds itself £33,000 short. Will the Chancellor commit to ensuring that Sir Robert Patterson, and indeed all the schools in my constituency, are given enough money to cover her jobs tax?
Well, public services, including schools, have been compensated for the increase in national insurance. And I'm happy for the Honourable Lady to get in touch with me or the Education Secretary to set out the case of that school. But the only reason we've been able to put record investment into our schools is because the stability of return to our economy, including the tax increases that we had to bring forward last year to provide that extra money for our public services, including schools, in the Honourable Lady's constituency.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I recognise the difficulties that my right honourable friend is facing in terms of fiscal challenges and so on that she inherited. And I also support the reforms that my right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, has set out. But all the evidence is pointing to the fact that the cuts to health and disability benefits will lead to increased poverty, including severe poverty, and worsened health conditions as well. So how will making people sicker and poorer help in terms of driving our economy up and then people into jobs?
Chancellor.
Well, as my honourable friend knows, in the Green Paper we're consulting on a premium payment for the most severely sick and disabled, because as a government we believe that those people who need support should get it. But like the Honourable Lady, I recognise that there are many people who are sick and disabled. There are many young people who could be working but were written off by the previous government, and that's why we're putting record investment in helping get those people back to work with guaranteed, personalised and targeted support. And you are half as likely to be in poverty if you are working, if you move from welfare into work. And we're determined to lift people out of poverty by ensuring that there are good jobs, paying decent wages, with the security that's guaranteed through the Employment Rights Bill.
Bobby Dean.
The OBR have said that the package of welfare cuts, the information they received was late, with insufficient detail, and the estimates are highly uncertain. They're saying they're now going to have to certify them in the next forecast. So can the Chancellor confirm whether that means that the government have to go further with even deeper cuts to welfare than they've announced so far today?
Chancellor.
Well, what the OBR have done is they haven't taken into account any of the package of measures to get people back into work, or looked at any behavioural effects of people making that switch into work. And what they've said in that document is that they're now going to spend the summer looking at the entirety of the package, including the efforts that we are making with a huge package to get people back into work. I'm confident that that personalised, targeted support will get more people into work, lift them out of poverty so they can support their families, and so as an economy we can benefit from their contribution.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Fiscal responsibility, unlike with the last administration, ensures that people are paying less and it keeps the cost of living down. However, as a Labour Party, we've got an additional responsibility around having social responsibility. So can we look at those DWP changes again? Of course, protecting the most vulnerable, but it's those people just above that bound which are set to lose, and we're really worried about those.
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I share the deep concern, all of us on this side of the House. In fact, I think everyone in this chamber shares the concern about the most sick and disabled who need support, which is why in the Green Paper we're consulting on an additional premium payment to the most severely disabled, but also, instead of writing people off and not providing the support they need to do a job that matches their abilities and their needs, that we're giving that personalised target support. And I was in a job centre in my own constituency in Pudsey last week, where there are amazing stories of work coaches helping people into work who are far from the labour market. We want to see more of that to lift people out of poverty, to help them achieve their potential.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the general election, the Chancellor promised growth and no increase in taxes. But as Chancellor, she has delivered no growth and a record increase in taxes. Yeah. And now the Office for Budget Responsibility is halving her growth forecast this year, cumulatively 0.5% less over the forecast period. And more worryingly, they are also forecasting a 1% reduction in, over 1% reduction in productivity growth. Why does she think that is?
Chancellor.
I've got a huge respect for the Honourable Lady, but that question doesn't do her justice. As I said to the Right Honourable Gentleman earlier, yes, if you start in 2023, cumulative growth is lower, but the general election didn't take place in 2023. It took place in 2024. The economy is bigger at the end of this Parliament than the OBR forecast previously. Those are the numbers, those are the facts, that's the difference that this Labour government are making.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to congratulate the Chancellor on her excellent statement, which addresses the challenge the last government left her with. Madam Deputy Speaker, to drive growth across the UK, new heavy and light rail infrastructure is badly needed. So what work is the Chancellor doing to develop new models of funding in order to deliver these important projects?
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And one of the reasons that we've put an additional £13 billion into capital spending over the forecast period is that we can then invest in the infrastructure that our country needs, including in transport infrastructure, which I know the honourable lady, as chair of the Select Committee, has a keen interest in. And she's absolutely right that we do need to look more at how we can leverage in private sector funding for a whole range of projects, including the Lower Thames Crossing.
Chris Coughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to declare an interest as an alumni of London Business School. The Chancellor will recall on the Treasury Committee in November that I asked her to look at a specific London Business School paper on using defence spending, specific public R&D on defence spending, to boost economic growth. I was delighted to hear that the Treasury did evaluate that specific paper by Professor Paolo Saruco as part of the spring statement, and has listened to me and the Liberal Democrats. So does the Chancellor agree with me that using defence spending focused on public R&D can be one way not only to keep us safe, but also to raise productivity and boost economic growth?
Chancellor.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question, and I look forward to taking more questions from him at the Select Committee next week. When I've been to visit defence companies or met our armed forces, they tell me about the amazing ability that new technology and innovation has to help them do their jobs better in keeping our country safe. And so as we invest more in defence and get to that 2.5% of GDP, it is absolutely right, as I've set out today, that more of that money is used for innovation, R&D and new technologies.
Zubair Ahmed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Congratulate my right honourable friend on grasping the challenges and the opportunities that this new world presents us. Opportunities that will mean that in my constituency of Glasgow South West there will be more investment into the defence sector. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that is timely, because after 18 years of SNP government, 1 in 6 people in my constituency are economically inactive. Will my right honourable friend agree with me this investment will finally raise their ambitions and raise their pay packets?
Chancellor.
Well, unlike the SNP, the Labour Party supports investment and jobs in the defence sector in Scotland that support people in Glasgow and South West and in many other parts of Scotland. More good jobs for young people, more jobs paying decent wages, keeping our country safe. That's what this party believes in. It's a shame the SNP believe in something entirely different.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A cloud hangs over the economy in northern Lincolnshire at the moment, with the potential for significant job losses at the Scunthorpe Steelworks. In view of that, could the Chancellor give an assurance that funding will be available not only to look after any redundant workers, but also to attract new business and retraining for existing workers?
Chancellor.
At the general election, we set out our plan for a steel fund as part of the National Wealth Fund. I absolutely understand the concern of the honourable member and other honourable members in the House about the future of the steel industry in this country. We were able to improve the deal for Tata to protect more jobs in South Wales. We want to have a thriving steel sector right across the UK, and we'll continue to work with the company and with the trade unions there to achieve just that.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Making cuts instead of taxing wealth is a political choice, and taking away the personal independence payments from so many disabled people is an especially cruel choice. A disabled person who can't cut up their own food without assistance, and can't go to the toilet without assistance, and can't wash themselves without assistance will lose their personal independence payment. So hasn't the government on this taking the easy option of cutting support for disabled people, rather than the braver option, which would be to tax the wealthiest through a wealth tax?
Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is nothing progressive, there is nothing Labour about not supporting people who are disabled and sick and young people to do jobs that are commensurate with what they are able to do. And 1 in 8 young people have been effectively written off by the party opposite, and we're not willing to leave them in that position. And we are consulting in the Green Paper on an additional premium to pay to the most sick and disabled, because we recognise that people need support from the state, but too many people are not given the opportunities to fulfil their potential, and we're not willing to carry on like that. In the budget last year, we got rid of the non-dom tax status, we increased capital gains tax, we introduced VAT on private schools, and we changed the rules of inheritance tax. So I don't recognise what the honourable gentleman says.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor tells us the world has changed, and if that's true to allow her to stick the boot into disabled people, it must also be true then to allow her to review her income tax rates, perhaps commensurate with those existing in Scotland, which had saw the Scottish economy grow in January by 0.3%, while the UK contracted by 0.1%. She could also choose to revise the government's position on reaccessing the single market in the European Union, which would allow a 30 billion recurring return with no compensation required, or a 1% tax on assets over 10 million. A wealth tax, as one of our backbenchers has just highlighted, 40 billion recurring every year with no need for compensation. If she's got the disabled, the waspy women, pensioners and hospices in her crosshairs, why can she not tap up multi-millionaires for a few quid?
The world has changed, and we can see that all around us, which is why our defence is more important than other. That's why it's so astonishing that the SNP continue to oppose the nuclear deterrent.
Preet Gill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I commend the Chancellor on her statement. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the party opposite doesn't understand the link between their total failure to get houses and infrastructure built that our constituents desperately want and the economic constraints that we are facing today?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and she speaks powerfully on behalf of her constituents in Birmingham. We need to build the homes that all of our constituents are crying out for. The level of home ownership had declined under the previous government, and we're determined to turn that around, as well as building the affordable and social housing that our country needs. And as we build those homes, more good jobs for young people with pride in their work, good jobs paying decent wages, backed by the increase in the national living wage and our employment rights bill.
James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Her Transport Secretary failed to stand up to the transport unions. Health Secretary failed to stand up to the health unions. Her Work and Pension Secretary failed to stand up to the backbenches of her own party. Her savings are predicated on getting rid of a whole tranche of civil servants. How can we have any confidence that she or the Prime Minister will stand up to the civil service unions?
Today, as part of the Transformations Fund, we've set aside £150 million next year for redundancy costs for a voluntary exit settlement, showing how serious we are about reducing the size of the civil service after it increased to record levels under the party opposite.
Michelle Strobhan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Communities like mine in Barrow-in-Furness feel more acutely the failures of the previous government. They've left Barrow-in-Furness in a dreadful state. Does the Chancellor agree with me that it's through this government's commitment and funding towards Barrow-in-Furness and our defence sector that we will change things transformationally on the ground in Barrow and mean that Barrow can be a blueprint for how the defence pound could be better spent across our constituencies?
I know that my honourable friend is incredibly proud to represent Barrow-in-Furness, and that her constituents are incredibly proud to work on our nuclear deterrent, and this government will always stand with them with our new plan for Barrow, for new jobs, new investment in the town, so we get value for money for taxpayers, but also, most critically, we ensure our country's national security.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor was right to highlight productivity as an issue, and right too to focus on skill shortages, although she didn't explicitly note the implicit link between them. She failed, however, to say that her productivity ambitions have been scaled back and that the number of NEETs, young people not in education, employment, training, that she noted, is growing, actually. So will she set out, perhaps in a further note, a note in the Library of the House or a statement, by how much she expects apprenticeships to grow year on year? when I was Minister, it reached the highest level in modern times, and the number's much lower now. So we need to grow apprenticeships, to make skills, to grow productivity. Will she do that? For if she doesn't, people will feel that hope exceeds expectation.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question, and I know he speaks powerfully about something he knows a huge amount about. Let me just answer 3 parts of that question. First of all, the OBR do revise up productivity in their forecast. Secondly, on young people not in education, employment or training, it's a massive problem, 1 in 8 young people. The OBR, as I said in the answer to a previous question, haven't taken into account the impact of our Back to Work programme. They're going to work on that over the summer with the DWP and the Treasury, because we want to make sure that we design that in a way that gets as many young people back into work, contributing to the economy, contributing to our society. And we were able to announce just a couple of weeks ago in National Apprenticeship Week an expansion of the apprenticeship programme, particularly with foundation apprenticeships, relaxing some of those requirements about maths and English, because if we want to build the homes that our country needs, we need to get people into those construction jobs and not say, I'm sorry, you didn't get a grade C in maths and English, you're not welcome on the construction site. That makes no sense at all, which is why we're reforming how apprenticeships work to get more people with the skills they need to make a contribution to their families and the economy. We want those numbers going up.
Joanna Baxter, she'll be followed by Steve Darling. Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our fiscal rules were designed to ensure that we didn't repeat the damaging austerity of the party opposite, which harmed my constituents so much. Does my right honourable friend agree it's only because of those fiscal rules that the OBR have today confirmed that people in Paisley and Renfrewshire South will be on average £500 a year better off with this Labour government?
Chancellor.
To ensure people are better off, we need to control inflation, which is why stability is so important. Bring interest rates down, and the Bank of England have had the confidence to cut interest rates 3 times since the election, and also boost wages, which we're beginning to see with real wages wages growing at twice the rate of inflation. That benefits my honourable friends' constituents and people up and down the country, and that's why we welcome the fact that the OBR today revised up real household disposable income per person by £500.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today and last week, the Chancellor rushed through severe cuts to the benefit system that will hit some of the most vulnerable in our society. Whilst we should have considered benefit reform, this is ill-conceived. Can the Chancellor explain to the Chamber why she is choosing to balance the books of the nation on some of the most vulnerable, on the backs of some of the most vulnerable of those in our society?
Chancellor.
I have huge respect for the honourable gentleman, but I think everybody in this House and everyone in the country can see that the welfare system is just not working. When you've got 1 in 8 young people not in education, employment or training, 1,000 people going on to personal independence payments every single day, we can't carry on like this. The basic principles of this government is that people who need support should be protected. Those who can work should work, and we will support them with personalised, targeted support, and that we need a system that is sustainable. That is what the reforms set out by my right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, deliver last week, alongside the Green Paper, where there will be further consultation to make sure that those with the most severe need get the additional support that they are rightly entitled to.
We have another 45 minutes. As questions are short, more members will get in. Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's absolutely right that the party opposite devastated our communities and left us with billions of pounds of debt. But it is not right that disabled people and the most vulnerable in our society should pay for that. Thousands of my constituents continue to be fearful about the announced welfare cuts. Disability organisations have warned that hundreds of thousands will be pushed into poverty. So I say to the Chancellor, we must make the right political choice. Protect the most vulnerable in society and introduce a wealth tax so that multimillionaires and billionaires can pay their fair share.
Chancellor.
But my honourable friend represents the constituency that neighbours mine, and he knows and I know that there are far too many people in both of our constituents, in Leeds and Bradford, who are written off. People who are not working, who are quite capable of working if they were given the support. People who may be disabled, but doesn't mean they can't work and contribute if they are given the proper support. And that's what the party opposite failed to do. That's what our government are determined to deliver. And we will work with disabled groups, we will work with job centres, including the one in Pudsey where I was last week, to make sure that we support people to fulfil their potential, not writing them off like the party opposite did.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Yes. I welcome the Chancellor's emphasis on defence expenditure and his support for the nuclear deterrent. But does she accept that by his actions in Ukraine, Putin has restarted the Cold War? And will she bear in mind that during the 1980s, up to the end of the Cold War, we were spending regularly between 4.5% and 5% of GDP on defence? That's the sort of scale that's really required.
The honourable gentleman has long been an advocate of spending properly on defence, and that's why we've set out a fully funded and costed plan to get to 2.5% in the next 2 years and then 3% in the next Parliament. The world has changed. We can see that all around us. This government will always put our national security and our defence first, and as the situation evolves, of course, so will we.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Chancellor for her statement. She's absolutely right to highlight the stimulus that the Employment Rights Bill will bring to our economy. But I respectfully say to her that the impact of the cuts to welfare payments will reduce the incomes of some of the poorest constituents in my Middlesbrough and Thornaby East constituency. And that contrasts with the easy ride that the very wealthy get from lower margins of tax on their assets and gains than my constituents face through income tax. The world indeed has changed since she settled her fiscal rules. So will the Chancellor consider putting capital gains tax on an equal footing with income tax or implementing a wealth tax, which is a 2% rate on assets worth over £10 million to improve the country's finances?
At the budget last autumn, we increased taxes by £40 billion without asking working people to pay more. We did that by abolishing the non-dom tax status, by increasing the rate of capital gains tax, tightening the rules around inheritance tax, and yes, by asking businesses to pay more as well. So we have already raised taxes to put more money into our health service, reduce NHS waiting lists, and to have free breakfast clubs at primary schools. But what the Spring Statement shows today is that by growing our economy, we can increase the size of the economy through the planning reforms and therefore ensure there are more money for our public services. That's why the #1 priority of this government is growth, and why I'm so pleased today that the OBR say that by the end of this Parliament the economy will be bigger than that we inherited from the Conservatives.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor has claimed today that she's building a foundation on the foundations for the economy, but sadly the foundations are foundations of sand, built on increased borrowing, higher inflation, lower growth, jobs taxes, etc. Can she tell us how these structures will stand against the economic forces which are coming to affect the United Kingdom and she has described today? And specifically, could she tell us what proportion of the Transformation Fund will be available to the Northern Ireland Executive for important transformation of public services in Northern Ireland?
Chancellor.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. The OBR are really clear that the economy at the end of this Parliament will be bigger than they previously envisaged, bigger than the plans we inherited from the previous government, and the average person with real household disposable income will see their incomes rise by £500. So we're already beginning to deliver the change that we promised. In the budget last year, I was able to announce the biggest ever settlements for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. That continues to be the case after the Spring Statement today.
John Grady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Reckless management of public finances leads to higher costs of government borrowing. And as any economist will tell you, that increases the cost of capital across the British economy, putting at risk and increasing this cost of essential investments in housing and infrastructure that my constituents desperately need. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that this is a very important reason why it is essential to manage public finances carefully, unlike the last Conservative government, and unlike the government in Scotland, which is over-familiar with emergency budgets?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. The importance of robust fiscal rules that, even in difficult economic circumstances, we continue to meet through the decisions that I've set out today. And the reason economic stability is so important is that we saw what happened in the last Parliament, where a government borrowed beyond its means. And the people who lost out were not the wealthy. It was ordinary working people who paid more in the shops, more on their mortgages and more on their rents. This government will never repeat the mistakes of Liz Truss and the party opposite.
Dr. Luke Evans.
The Chancellor's created a storm and now is complaining about the rain. She increased spending to 70 billion, she increased borrowing by 30 billion, she increased tax by 40 billion, and yet the economy shrank in January. Now, she did talk about change and the abolition NHS England. Now, I put a written question in to the department to say how much would this cost. They said there would be some upfront costs, but couldn't specify. So with this top-down change, could she tell me what the estimated cost is of abolishing NHS England?
Chancellor.
It's really difficult to understand what the party opposite want. Do they want to reduce the cost of admin and bureaucracy, or do they want to carry on with everything the way it was? We want to change things, and that's why in the transformation fund that I set out today includes £150 million for a voluntary exit scheme, because we want more money on the front line, not in the back office and a bloated bureaucracy left by the party opposites.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's so much to welcome in today's statement, but the Chancellor will be aware of serious concerns regarding welfare reform. And my constituent told me last week, I'm terrified of what will happen to me if I can't work. I'm already having thoughts of suicide at the prospect of these changes and what they mean for disabled people. Today's impact assessment shows 250,000 increase in relative poverty, 50,000 increase in children living in relative poverty. What will the Chancellor do to stop this from happening?
Chancellor.
Well, the honourable lady speaks about a constituent who is in work, and she, I'm sure, like others, will welcome the work that Charlie Mayfield has done about ensuring that people with sickness and disability can stay in work, because we know that the best place for people is in work for their health, both physical and mental. But we know too often when people drop out of the labour market, they really struggle to get back in. So alongside the targeted support to get people back into work, we're determined to work with businesses to ensure more people with sickness and disability can stay in work, contributing to their family finances and contributing to the wider economy.
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Chancellor agree that measuring growth and relative wealth by GDP is not the most relevant number to our constituents? Because we're living in an age of mass immigration and a rising population, it is GDP per capita, surely, that matters to our constituents, and that has fallen consistently for the last 2 years and is falling still. And shouldn't we tell people, actually, they are getting poorer?
Well, the OBR forecast that GDP per capita will increase by 5.6% during the course of this Parliament, having fallen under the previous government. So if he ever gets to Clacton, it can tell his constituents that.
Matthew Patrick.
I welcome the Chancellor's investment of £3 billion into a transformation fund to sort out how government is run. Does the Chancellor agree with me that this is reform that the Tories ducked, should have done it, didn't do it, and actually their failure to address this put pressure on frontline services and stretched public finances?
Chancellor.
The Transformation Fund, worth £3.25 billion, is about trying to reduce costs further out, the costs of failure. So that's why we're putting more money into recruiting foster carers, because we want to make sure that more children can get the best possible start in life. But we also know that if children end up in poor quality children's homes, that has consequences not just for their lives, but also for other services later in life. It's also why we're putting more money into technology in the probation service, so that we can make sure that probation works better for rehabilitating offenders, but also ensuring that people pay for the crimes that they commit.
Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor rightly reminded this House in her statement that the British public are watching. And among the British public watching are tens of thousands of the most vulnerable pensioners in our society. Can she please explain to the House what is Labour about removing the winter fuel payment from those having £13,500 a year?
Next month, because of the triple lock which we've been able to protect, the basic state pension, the new state pension, will increase by more than £400. And during the course of this Parliament, because of the triple lock, which the Shadow Chancellor opposes, the triple lock will cost an additional £31 billion. So that's the protection that we're giving to pensioners, as well as record investment into our NHS, which of course older people use with greater frequency than anyone else.
Zara Sultana. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK is the 6th richest country in the world, yet over 1 in 3 children and 25% of adults live in poverty. Since Labour came into power, 25,000 more children have been pushed into poverty due to the 2-child benefit cap. And now, according to the government's own impact assessment, over 250,000 people will be pushed into poverty as a result of these cuts, including 50,000 children. So I asked the Chancellor, who earns over £150,000 annually, has accepted £7,500 worth of free clothing, and recently took freebie tickets to see Sabrina Carpenter. Does she think austerity 2.0 is the change people really voted for?
There's nothing progressive and there's nothing Labour about pouring more money into a broken system. Under the changes that we're bringing about, we're going to help young people who are not in education, employment or training by giving them targeted support. And as I set out in the statement earlier, the OBR so far have not scored any of the Back to Work programme, which is the biggest Back to Work programme that we've seen for many, many years. They're going to do that work over the autumn. But we know that the best way to lift people out of poverty is to get them into good work, secure work, paying a decent wage. We're increasing the national living wage, so it will go up by £1,400 for someone working full-time from next month, as well as the Employment Rights Bill, which ensures that people will have security at work. That's the difference that this Labour government is making.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor knows that our economy has been driven to the edge over the last 15 years, with ordinary people forced to bear the burden while a small minority have amassed extreme wealth. This is something she could change, and her own backbenchers are lining up to argue for a wealth tax. So why won't she do the fair and right thing and introduce a tax on the very wealthiest, rather than launching austerity 2.0 and removing vital support from disabled and ill people?
The best thing that we can do for our constituents is build the homes that they desperately need. And so I really have no understanding of why the Green Party voted against the planning and infrastructure bill this week. What have they got against to get families getting homes and young people getting jobs?
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's defence announcement by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is fantastic news for my city. It delivers security for working people across the country and cements Portsmouth as not just the historic home of the Royal Navy, but the future home. Does she agree with me that after 14 years of the benches opposite, decimating all areas of our armed service, imposing 3 Portsmouth ministers on my city, and axing shipbuilding from our city, it has fallen to this government to once again fix the mess inherited by you, by the people over there. Almost said you lot, sorry. Securing the naval base operation and those serving our country for the future.
My honourable friend is a proud advocate for her city of Portsmouth, and this government is a proud advocate for the people of Portsmouth. That's why we've put investment into the Portsmouth naval base in the spring statement today. As we grow what we spend on defence to keep our country safe and secure, we want to ensure that there are more good jobs, paying decent wages, to make Britain a defence industrial superpower and to support those who serve on the front line.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, the Chancellor could have taken action to reverse the damage that she has done to constituents and businesses in my constituency and beyond, but she's failed. She's chosen not to do so. So what does she say to the pensioners, the farmers, the businesses, the charities, the hospices,
and all those hard-working people who now face her huge tax rises?
Chancellor.
When I became Chancellor, I inherited £22 billion, a black hole in the public finances left by the party opposite. And we've taken action to address the hole in our public finances. And what I would say to the Honourable Lady's constituents, and indeed, Right Honourable Lady's constituents, is that when they are waiting for an NHS appointment, they're now going to see a doctor and a nurse quicker than they did under the last government, because NHS waiting lists have fallen for 5 months in a row.
Ron Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the main contrast between this and the last government is strength versus weakness? They were too weak to crack down on wasteful spending, they were too weak to address the tax breaks and loopholes for the wealthy, and they were too weak to take on the blockers in the planning system. So does she further agree with me that as the party of vested interests opposite seeks to conserve what has failed, it will take this Labour government to have the strength to take the tough, long-term decisions to build a better and much fairer Britain?
The OBR today have scored some of the planning measures that we've taken, which will mean that by the end of the Parliament, the economy is £6.8 billion bigger and will contribute £3.4 billion to our public finances and our public services. That's only possible because we are taking on the vested interests and getting Britain building, backing the builders, not the blockers. And we are the government who have increased spending, who are increasing defence spending to 2.5% of GDP. The Tories had 14 years and they failed to do that. We've done that in the first year of this Labour government.
Josh Brabberande.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Heartbreakingly, last week, St Wilfrid's Hospice in Eastbourne announced many redundancies, citing the national insurance increase as a reason. I've just received a message from Mrs Robinson at Mottcombe School, who faces increased costs due to the NIC's hike being passed on from a food catering supplier onto them. Can the Chancellor tell us, if she's not going to increase the digital services tax to fund a reversal of that hike, how those organisations are going to be supported to keep doing the great work that they do?
At the budget, we set out tax increases on the wealthiest and, yes, on businesses to properly fund our public services. And so when constituents in Eastbourne get to see a doctor or a nurse a little bit quicker, when they benefit from the breakfast clubs that we're rolling out, it's because we had the money to do so. So you can't back the increases in investment in our public services if you oppose the money to pay for it, including the settlement for the hospices.
Nadia Whitton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand that this government has inherited a huge financial mess from the party opposite, caused by over a decade of austerity. But what is the justification for cutting disability benefits, especially when a third of disabled people are already in poverty, instead of choosing to tax the growing wealth of the super rich? For example, a 2% tax on assets over 10 million, which could raise 24 billion a year.
At the budget, we set out £40 billion worth of tax increases, including getting rid of the non-dom tax status, increasing capital gains tax, VAT on private schools, and tightening the rules around inheritance tax. We made those decisions so that we could invest more in our public services, including in our schools and our hospitals, and indeed we have now lifted defence spending within the next 2 years to 2.5% of GDP. And on welfare spending, there's nothing progressive about writing off a generation of young people, and that's why our targeted personalised support will help people get back into work, lift them out of poverty and help them contribute both to their family finances and our nation's finances.
Peter Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Right Honourable Lady talks of financial responsibility, so could she tell us, please, when government bond yields hit their highest level since the global financial crisis, and who was the Chancellor of the Exchequer then? And if she needs a clue, we can bring her a mirror.
Thank the Honourable Lady for that question. You can see, if you look at financial markets and follow them closely, that the increase in bond yields in the UK, in France and Germany have closely tracked each other. Global financial instability has affected countries around the world, and that's why it's so important that we continue to meet our fiscal rules, as I have set out today.
Rushworth.
The member for Clacton a moment ago mentioned GDP per capita. I see he's asked his question and ran away. The truth is that GDP per capita only increased 4.3% in the past 16 years, compared to 46% in the years prior. What matters to my constituents is not just the growth, but it's the growth that they can feel in their pockets, in the left-behind towns and villages of Bishop Auckland. So what will she do to ensure that working people feel the growth?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and this government wants people in Bishop Auckland and constituents across our country to feel the benefits of that growth, with good jobs, paying decent wages in all parts of the country. That's why we are increasing the national living wage. That's why we are making work pay, and that's why we are backing the builders, not the blockers, to create new jobs, new homes for families, new transport infrastructure, new energy infrastructure. And that's why the OBR today say that compared to the plans we inherited, real household disposable income per person is set to rise by £500 by the end of this Parliament, showing the difference that this government is making.
Claire Smeddy. Claire Smeddy, no? Yeah.
Diolch, Deputy Cyfarwydd. Wales has a higher percentage of disabled people and a large public sector workforce compared to the UK, and so will hit hardest by these cruel cuts. All this damaged by self-imposed fiscal rules. There have been 5 major changes to fiscal rules since 1997. Will the Chancellor now change them so she doesn't impose further austerity?
Have it all.
In the budget last year, we provided the biggest ever settlement for the Welsh Government, and yet Plaid voted against that. I don't understand why the honourable member doesn't want money to go to Wales and to her constituents.
Holly Billington.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for her statement, in particular her recognition of the excellent work of Labour-run Thanet District Council, building more social homes with local firms, employing local people, including local apprentices. The government's recent planning changes mean not only council homes for local people, but also growth. Can she confirm that the Office of Budget Responsibility has only scored the effect of the National Planning Policy Framework changes and not the upcoming Planning and Infrastructure Bill?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I was pleased to note in my statement today that Thanet have already come forward with plans to build affordable housing as part of the affordable housing plan, which I set out more money for in the statement today. What I would say to the honourable lady is that the parties opposite who abstain and vote against the planning bill are voting against homes for our constituents, and they're voting against jobs for our young people. On this side of the House, we back the builders, not the blockers. We back opportunities for young people and families housing for our constituents. It's a shame the parties opposite don't do the same.
Graham Stewart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor claimed that growth was a top priority, yet she's taken the fastest growing economy in the G7 and brought it to a shuddering halt. She promised there would be no tax rises, and next week's jobs tax will put tax rises on ordinary working people. And today she's cut the housing numbers by 200,000 and put up borrowing by £18 billion in the next 2 years. 18 billion. Isn't it time the Prime Minister invited the Chancellor next door and said, Rachel, you're fired?
The plans that we inherited from the previous government saw the OECD forecast the UK to have the slowest growth in the G7 this year. They're now forecasting us to have the second highest growth in the G7. So that is the difference that this Labour government are making, moving us up the league tables.
David Burson-Sampson.
Speaker, and I thank the Chancellor and her team for the prudent work they are doing to restore stability to our economy. And this on top of figures showing that already wages are increasing in my constituency of Southend Western Leigh under this Labour government, and inflation is falling. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that this, alongside the new living wage worth £1,400 a year, will make work pay and will start to lift more people out of poverty?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was pleased in the budget last year that I was able to announce a 6.7% increase in the national living wage, as well as a record increase in the youth rate of the minimum wage. That will help lift working people, working families out of poverty, alongside our Employment Rights Bill, which will ensure greater security for those who go out to work.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, growth is not on the lips of farmers whose confidence in the government is at a low ebb following the family farm tax, the abrupt closure of SFI and now the possible department cuts that could reduce the farming budget further. Charlie from Upton Bridge Farm in Long Sutton told me he's contemplating leaving his ground fallow due to the risk of a failed crop putting his farm further into debt. So will the Chancellor assure farmers in Glastonbury and Somerton and across the country that following the spending review, the government is still committed to championing British farming whilst protecting the environment?
At the budget, we put record investment into our farming sector after being left plans by the previous government where they did not even use all of their farming budget. We're determined to give farmers the support that they need.
Nestle Chaliska.
Can I thank the Chancellor for her statement? I represent Barking, where she will know has some of the highest figures for deprivation in the country. And 20% of working adults there have no qualifications whatsoever. Does she agree with me that only through getting people the qualifications they need, creating jobs, can they ever improve their life chances?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and she speaks passionately about expanding opportunities for her constituents in Barking. The changes to the apprenticeship levy and the growth and skills levy is about ensuring that more people, including her constituents in Barking, can access those apprenticeship courses and those foundation courses. And it's also why just at the weekend we were able to announce an additional 60,000 places on construction courses to help people get jobs that pay a decent wage and offer security, which is what this government is all about.
David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that the Chancellor chose not to mention Chagos in her statement, and given that she chose not to answer the Shadow Chancellor's question on Chagos, can the House now assume that this disastrous deal will not be going ahead, and more importantly, that the UK taxpayer will not be footing the bill?
Well, as the honourable gentlemen know, our Prime Minister and President Trump discussed these issues when our Prime Minister was at the White House recently. We continue to work on those plans. The most important thing is that we protect our national security and can continue to operate out of that important base.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Speaker, point 1.14 in the OBR report outlines that the planned cuts to disability benefits will reduce personal independent payments for 800,000 claimants and cut health-related universal credit for 3 million families. Isn't it time we ask those with the broadest shoulders to carry the heaviest burden rather than the poorest in our society?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. As I've already set out, the Office of Budget Responsibility in their numbers don't assume any changes in terms of people going back to work. That's what we're going to work on with the OBR, DWP and Treasury over the summer, so that we develop those plans to ensure that people aren't worse off, but they're actually better off because they can progress into jobs that suits their abilities and needs, because we want more people to have the fulfilment of a good job with security that pays a decent wage.
Alex Brewer. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a statement with significant problems, I do welcome the Chancellor's commitment to better military homes, which the Liberal Democrats have been calling for. Will the Chancellor clarify how much, by when, and will this include RAF Odium in my constituency of North East Hampshire, or is it just for those constituencies she listed which happen to have Labour MPs?
We support military families wherever they are based in the United Kingdom, and we will set out more detail in the spending review in June. But already in the last few months, we have taken back into the public sector homes that were previously contracted out to the private sector, so we can make improvements to military accommodation, something that I know will be welcomed in her constituency and by military families across our country. Sarah Coombs.
Deputy Speaker, my constituents in West Brom work hard and pay their taxes, and they want to know that the government treats that money with respect. I'm glad we finally have a Chancellor who is being careful with every pound of taxpayers' money so we can invest in the NHS, which has seen a 10% cut in the waiting list in my area. Can the Chancellor set out how she is drawing a line under the waste and chaos of the previous government and finally putting our public finances back on a stable footing?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and she speaks powerfully on behalf of her constituents in ensuring that people in West Bromwich get a good deal from their public services and value for money when they pay their taxes. There was too much waste under the previous government, and that was exemplified during the pandemic when so many contracts went to friends and donors. That's why we've appointed a COVID corruption minister, because we want that money back in our public services, not in the hands of Tory friends and donors. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are 4.3 million children living in poverty in our society. There are 1.2 million people in receipt of PIP who are about to lose it following her statement last week. She's put a huge amount of money into defence. Could she not think for a moment of reversing the decision last week to take £5 billion out of the welfare budget and end the two-child benefit cap, which has driven so many children and families into really desperate poverty?
I'm not going to make any apologies for putting more money in defence. This Labour government takes defence of our country seriously, and so we should. We are the party that created NATO, and under the leadership of the Labour Party today, we will always defend our country. David Kinzer-Dyshinsky.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate my right honourable friend on her statement and on her action to end austerity, investing £26 billion in the NHS, £3 billion in education, raising defence budgets and unleashing over £100 billion of additional capital investment to build the foundations of our economy. On the day after this government voted through a pay rise to 3 million working people by raising the minimum wage, does she agree with me that it's only by making the tough decision to restore stability and by pushing ahead with the government's bold plans for reform that we can repair the terrible damage done by the party opposite, deliver strong public services and get more money in people's pockets?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and also all the work that he's doing to back growth, to improve living standards for working people. And I was pleased in the spring statement today to announce £13 billion extra during the course of this Parliament for capital spending, because we know that the easy choice that the previous government made was always to cut capital spending, which is why we're in the mess today that we are, because of the deterioration of infrastructure. We won't make those short-term decisions. We will invest to grow our economy, working with business to do so. Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor's trouble is while her manifesto promised to limit spending increases to £9.5 billion a year, her budget increased spending by £76 billion a year, 8 times as much. She's previously said she will not come back asking for more tax rises or more borrowing. So will she rule out both in the budget later this year?
The budget in the autumn last year wiped the slate clean after the 14 years of economic mismanagement by the party opposite. We won't have to repeat a budget like that, because we're not going to inherit anything like that ever again, because we've changed the rules so that the OBR always now get information rather than it being hidden like it was by the previous government. Owen.
No, Clive Jones.
Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend, the member for St Albans, gave examples of alternative taxes to Labour's national insurance increases, asking that big banks, social media giants and online gambling companies to pay their fair share of tax. Can the Chancellor confirm she has heard these Liberal Democrat alternatives and explain why she isn't listening to these fair and sensible proposals?
One thing that is scored in the OBR document actually today is the gambling levy that this government has already introduced, and that money will be used to make sure that we regulate gambling properly in our country, and rightly so. Gregor Poynton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For defence companies in Scotland, UK export finance plays a crucial role in financing sales to our allies around the world, including Ukraine. Can the Chancellor therefore outline how the increase in capacity in UK export finance will help defence companies in Scotland create jobs in my Livingston constituency and strengthen our national defence?
Just 2 weeks ago, I was able to announce £2 billion extra for UK export finance, specifically to help defence companies in the UK export. As countries around the world and Europe particularly increase defence spending, I want to make sure that we get those contracts here in Britain to support our proud defence industry, including in places like Livingstone and in Rosyth, where I was meeting Babcock just a couple of weeks ago. Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor's statement referred to people who were listening. The President of the Ulster Farmers Union was actually in the public gallery to hear her statement, which didn't reference agriculture or farming at all. It talked about country security and safety, nothing on food safety. It spoke of writing off the generation of young people. The Chancellor's family farm tax will write off a generation of young farmers. What confidence can the Chancellor give our agricultural sector?
With specific reference to agricultural property relief, unless you have a farm that is worth around £3 million, you won't be paying extra tax. More than 2/3 of farms are not affected at all by the changes in that relief. And if you do pay the tax, it's at half the rate that anybody else pays, and you can pay it interest-free over a period of 10 years. Very different from the inheritance tax bills that anybody else pays. Mark Ferguson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Chancellor's reference in a recent answer to the £13 billion of additional capital expenditure announced today. So can she put today's statement in the context of the significant investments already made and forthcoming, and contrast it with the last government, who didn't have a plan for long-term growth and abandoned communities like mine?
My honourable friend speaks powerfully on behalf of his constituents in Gateshead, who rely on the infrastructure that our country needs, whether that's energy, digital or transport infrastructure, and in fact the houses that all of our constituents need. In the budget last year, I put £100 billion extra into capital spending during the course of this Parliament, and I've been able to announce an additional £13 billion today. Unlike the party opposite, I'm not willing to cut capital investment, because capital investment is absolutely crucial to grow the economy and to leverage in the private sector investment that we need as well.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor's made much of the government's investment in defence and desire to make the country a defence industrial superpower. I'm keen to pitch for a slice of the protected £400 million for UK defence innovation. Huntingdon is the home of our defence intelligence capability, the US Air Force's Joint Intelligence Operations Centre Europe and the NATO Intelligence Fusion Centre. It has a huge investment in sites like the Alconbury Wielder Enterprise Campus, Brampton Cross and potentially the redevelopment of the MOD land around RAF Whitton as well. Perfect location for defence start-ups, and with the arrival of several already in flight, the US government is investing north of £500 million in Huntingdon alone. So could I ask her to make a similar commitment to Huntingdon and include it in her list of defence sites?
What great pitch. I'm sure somebody from the Ministry of Defence, one of the ministers, would be really pleased to meet with you to discuss those opportunities. As we move to 2.5% of GDP spent on defence and 3% in the next Parliament, I am determined that that money benefits our troops in the UK, but also supports us become a defence industrial superpower. And I'm sure that we can work with the honourable gentleman to realise those ambitions for Huntingdon. Rosie Writing.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite left a £22 billion hole in our public finances, and they continue to oppose every decision made by the Chancellor to clean up their mess. Can the Chancellor tell us how things would look now if the Conservative Party had their way?
Well, what it would mean for people in Kettering and around the country if we had continued under the plans of the previous government is that interest rates would remain high, inflation would have remained high, and growth would continue to flatline, whereas the OBR today forecasts that real household disposable incomes will rise, growth will be higher, living standards higher, because we have returned stability to the economy and we are backing the builders, not the blockers.
Max Wilkinson.
Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't wish to interrupt the discussion on the front benches. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have another opportunity for the Chancellor. In Cheltenham, we have a scheme that can produce jobs and growth and will support the defence industry. The Golden Valley development next to GCHQ, which will be a key part of this country's defence investment over the coming years. Will the Chancellor take it upon herself to work with ministers and other departments who already know about this to make sure that we get the investment that we deserve and GCHQ workers deserve too?
I'm really proud of what GCHQ do to keep our country safe, and part of what we are doing around the defence budget above the lift to 2.5% is including some of the security service work, because increasingly the work that the security service do is crucial for our national security and defence. Of course, that's on top of the 2.5%, but as we protect defence spending, it is right that we take into account GCHQ and other security agencies as well. And of course, very happy to work with you to ensure that we maximise the benefits for so many constituencies, including in Cheltenham.
Graham Downey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor for her statement and welcome the increase in defence spending, which represents a huge opportunity for Scottish workers. I was delighted to have her visit Rosyth in my constituency recently. Will she work to ensure a continuous shipbuilding programme in this country to maximise the opportunities for Scottish workers? And does she agree with me that it is utterly shameful that these workers have been ignored by the SNP for the last 18 years? And will she confirm that this Labour government will always value the role of shipbuilding for our economy and our national defence?
I couldn't agree more with my honourable gentleman. It's just a shame that there's no SNP members in the House, although there are so few of them, to hear what he said. Perhaps the honourable gentleman would write to the SNP and ask them why they refuse to back the defence sector in the United Kingdom and specifically in Scotland.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is estimated that in under 5 years, there will be over 3 million families in receipt of disability benefits who will financially lose as a result of today's announcement, with an average loss of £1,720 per year compared to inflation. Is the Chancellor comfortable knowing that she has brought despair and horror to disabled people and their families across the country?
We have a very basic principle that people who deserve to be protected should be, those who can work should, and that we need a system that is sustainable. We don't have any of those three things today, and that's why we're reforming our welfare system, to give additional support for those with the highest needs, to give personalised, targeted and guaranteed support to help people back into work, and to ensure that we've got a system that is sustainable so it is there for generations to come.
Louise Jones.
As the Chancellor will know, the East Midlands is often at the bottom of investment league tables, and indeed we do suffer through a lack of transport planning. Will the Chancellor outline to me, however, how the extra public investment and the National Wealth Fund will change that and deliver for people in North East Derbyshire?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. People in North East Derbyshire will benefit from the additional homes, whether they are able to buy those homes, to rent those homes, or indeed to build those homes, as we expand the number of construction apprenticeships and 10 new technical excellence colleges in construction. And they will also benefit from the increases in real household disposable income, because what we want when the economy grows is to have more money in people's pockets, and that's what the OBR confirmed will happen today.
Helen Morgan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, pharmacies like Green End Pharmacy in Whitchurch, in my constituency, are struggling with the impending hike in employers' national insurance, business rates, and in fact that they don't know what they were being paid for NHS services this financial year, let alone next. Can the Chancellor confirm whether Pharmacy First will be continuing beyond the end of next week?
Well, I'm sure that the relevant health minister would be willing to meet with you to talk about that. But because of the investment that we put into our National Health Service last year at the budget, more than £20 billion of additional funding, we are able to start to rebuild our NHS, reduce waiting lists. Indeed, we have done that now for 5 months in a row.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we secure Britain's role in a changing world, I welcome the Chancellor's focus on defence innovation, and I thank her for referencing my community, Aldershot and Farnborough. We are ready to serve. When it comes to defence innovation, too many small and medium defence businesses in my community struggle to get access to the banking and finance facilities they need, often on the basis of self-imposed ESG criteria. Will the Chancellor join me in welcoming the investors and financial institutions that have responded to the campaign that I am leading with my honourable friend, the member for York Outer, calling on our banks and our fund managers to broaden their approach so that we can defend our country, support Ukraine and fire up our industrial base?
I was pleased to be able to mention my honourable member's constituency in my statement today. As home of the British Army, on behalf of this government, we thank the people of Aldershot and Farnborough for the service that they give our country every single day. And my honourable friend is right to mention the importance of companies in the defence sector, whether they're big companies or small, being able to access finance. That has never been more important than it is today, when we see the threats posed from Putin continue to grow. And so I urge everyone in financial services to do their part to make sure that our fantastic defence startups have the money that they need to grow and help defend our country and our values. Final question, Jim Allister.
Would the Chancellor better explain how the civil service cuts will translate into the devolved regions and the impact on future block grant allocations? And are there lessons to be learnt from the fact that in 2015 the Northern Ireland Executive had a voluntary exit scheme upon which they spent £700 million and then proceeded to re-engage hundreds of civil servants as agency workers? Are there lessons there?
That is a really important point that the honourable gentleman made, and that's why we haven't set a number on the number of the reduction in the size of the civil service and instead have made it an admin target. Because what we don't want to see is the number of civil servants fall and then the number of agency workers and consultancies increase. So absolutely this government will learn from failed efforts both of the UK government under the Conservatives and other administrations in the past. That concludes the statement, and I'll give the House a few moments to settle down before we come to the 10-minute rule motion. Ten-minute rule motion, Anna Geldard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about the teaching and promotion of the Cornish language in educational institutions, to make provision about the recognition of the Cornish language and Cornish heritage and for connected purposes. Today is not just about preserving Cornish language or Canuic in Cornish. It is about protecting a cultural identity that is woven into the fabric of Cornwall's past, present and our future. Cornish can be traced back 4,000 years, and over that time, Cornish speakers were driven further west due to conflicts and invasions from Europe. But it was our fishermen who kept the language alive until it faded in the 18th century. Despite this, Cornish was officially recognised as a regional language by the UK government in 2002, under Part 2 of the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages. This was a landmark moment, affirming that Cornish, alongside Welsh, Scottish Gaelic, Irish, Scots and Ulster Scots, is a language to be protected and promoted. The UK government has committed to supporting these languages, and yet Cornish remains at Part 2 status, while 4 of the other 5 Celtic languages have Part 3 protection, which offers stronger commitments in areas like education, public life and the media. In November 2024, the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages issued recommendations urging the UK government to take stronger measures to support minority languages, including enhancing educational provision and promoting language awareness. This bill would work in lockstep with those recommendations and strengthen the UK's commitment to linguistic diversity. Recognising Kenuic is growing, but it needs sustained support. Cornwall Council and the Cornish National Minority Working Group have championed its survival through initiatives such as Go Cornish, which now reaches over 8,000 primary school children in 51 schools, including Dobballs Community Primary and Menheniot Primary School in South East Cornwall. Yet Cornish is still not formally embedded in secondary or higher education. A GCSE in Cornish once existed, but was discontinued in 1996. The option to learn should always be available, and the government's own charter commitments state that minority language education should be strengthened and must ensure that learning Cornish is a viable, accessible option for those who wish. Not a requirement, but a choice for those who wish to engage with their cultural heritage. Teaching Cornish should not be an added burden for overstretched schools, but rather an exciting opportunity for students who wish to learn. And the Go Cornish programme proves that effective teaching can be done without increasing teacher workload, as it provides structured resources, sound files and low administration learning models. It aligns with Ofsted's cultural capital framework, which encourages schools to celebrate cultural traditions and histories. Beyond schools, there must be provision to provide lifelong learning opportunities. At present, hundreds of people sign up for Kenuic classes each year, and universities such as Exeter and Cambridge have previously offered Kenuic courses. If Welsh and Gaelic can be successfully integrated into higher education, why not Cornish? Language visibility in public life is crucial for its survival. Currently, Cornish does not have official status in Cornwall, nor is there any legislative requirement for its promotion. However, Cornwall Council has worked hard since 2013 to implement a strategy promoting the language. I want to see this work, and local efforts strengthened by increasing the use of Cornish in road signs, in place names and public services. Kenuic is a beautiful and expressive language, reflected in the meanings behind some of the names of our towns and villages. Menheniot means sanctuary of St. Neot. Cargreen translates to seal rock. Lugh means sea lake, and Luxillian signifies the place of a saint. Understanding these meanings not only improves our knowledge of the language, but also deepens our sense of belonging and connection to Cornwall's history, landscape and identity. The Media Act 2024 now ensures that public service broadcasters must consider content in regional and minority language, including Cornish. Yet obstacles remain in efforts to enhance visibility and normalise everyday use of the language in media, such as local radio, television and on online platforms. Cornwall's distinct culture is not just historic, it is living and evolving. Supporting Cornish in public life is not about excluding English, but embracing bilingualism as a strength. We have seen this work successfully in Wales and Scotland, and Cornwall should not be left behind. Supporting Cornish language and heritage is not just a cultural necessity, it also makes economic sense. Research commissioned by Glasgow City Council in 2022 found that Gaelic contributed 21.6 million to Glasgow's economy through tourism, cultural events and branding. Cornwall has its own recognised identity, and we have the same potential. Tourism is a cornerstone of Cornwall's economy, but it must be sustainable and beneficial for local communities. Research published in 2021 has shown that technological advancements leading to globalisation has resulted in a trend of increased tourists looking for unique, authentic experiences, and cultural tourism is a growing market. Kenuic events, heritage experiences, and bilingual signage can enhance visitors' experience while reinforcing our local identity. This is not about selling our identity, it's about strengthening it. And the commercialisation of linguistic heritage must be done responsibly to ensure it benefits Cornish people first and foremost. Cornwall's language and culture are deeply connected to our natural environment. And it's not just aesthetic, it's part of our identity. Cornwall and its people have always lived in partnership with nature. We are of the sea and the land, working in harmony in the environment to grow and thrive. And it's demonstrated in the Cornwall that you see today. our landscape and coastlines are beautiful, drawing tourists from across the UK and internationally, and serving as a backdrop for brilliant movies and TV shows. For example, Beyond Paradise. Although the show is set in Devon, it's actually filmed in Looe, in Whitsun Bay, and other beautiful locations across southeast Cornwall. Clearly, Devon recognises the beauty of Cornwall. Even our wildlife carries Cornish identity, none more so than the Cornish chough, our iconic red-billed, black-feathered crow. Once lost in Cornwall in the mid-20th century, it was successfully reintroduced in 2001, a symbol of resilience and revival. And just as the chough has returned, so too can canoic flourish with the right protection and support. The Duchy is also visited by iconic species like humpback whales, basking sharks, and blue sharks, while our land nurtures unique flora such as the Cornish heath, a vibrant purple flower that thrives on our specific rugged cliffs. In Cornwall, you see, we're proudly unique and distinct. The revival of Cornish has come through grassroots efforts, supported by Cornwall Council and cultural organisations such as Golden Tree Productions, the Cornish Language Board, and the Institute for Cornish Studies. But national support is needed to secure its future. Cornish is more than just words. It's a link to our history, to our stories, our identity, and our future. The promotion of Cornish language and heritage is about ensuring that Cornwall's culture and language have the recognition it deserves and the support to flourish for generations to come. Mian Gynnerth Por Binan the Vesky Nabas Canuic. I encourage everyone to learn some Cornish. Muraz, thank you.
The question is that the Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Ms Jane Kirkham, Mr Noah Law, Mr Perrin Moon, Mr Andrew George, Mr Ben Maguire and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Anna Gelderd.
Cornish Language and Heritage, Education and Recognition Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 20th of June.
Friday the 20th of June. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Tobacco and Vapes Bill, as amended in Public Bill Committee, to be considered.
No.
We will begin with Government New Clause 11, with which it will be convenient to consider other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move Government New Clause 11, Minister Ashley Dalton.
I beg to move that the clause now be read a second time. I'd like to start by thanking all honourable and right honourable members for their invaluable contributions during the passage of the bill to date, and in particular members of the Public Bill Committee for providing insight, security and scrutiny and debate. I'm honoured to have taken on responsibility for this bill. It is a watershed piece of legislation and the most significant public health intervention since the ban on smoking in public places in 2007. It will establish a smoke-free generation by gradually ending the sale of tobacco products across the UK so that a child turning 16 this year will never be able to be legally sold tobacco, saving countless lives in the process. It will strengthen existing powers to reduce the harms of second-hand smoke in public spaces. In keeping with our manifesto commitment to the British people, it will outlaw the manipulative promotion of vapes to children to protect the next generation from being hooked on nicotine. And finally, it will implement robust measures to strengthen enforcement activity. Now, I don't need to tell anyone in this chamber that tobacco kills. We all know this. What honourable members may not know is just how much it kills and the rate
at which it kills, and the devastation it causes for individuals, families and communities across the country. But let me remind us, tobacco kills more people than any other preventable cause of death. Any. Around 80,000 people in the UK lose their lives to tobacco every year. It robs smokers of an average of 10 years of life expectancy. It substantially increases the risk of many major health conditions throughout people's lives, such as strokes, diabetes, heart disease, stillbirth, dementia and asthma. This daily tragedy continues unabated, with someone being admitted to hospital because of smoking almost every minute, day in, day out, and with no end in sight. The harms of tobacco are not felt equally either. It is our most disadvantaged communities who suffer most. 230,000 households live in smoking-induced poverty. In Blackpool, 17.5% of pregnant women still smoke at the time of delivery, in comparison to 2.8% in Kensington and Chelsea. Over a quarter of people with a long-term mental health condition smoke. Beyond this immeasurable cost to lives in the UK, the staggering economic impact of tobacco on our NHS cannot be ignored. The treatment of smoking-related diseases consumes approximately £3 billion a year of vital NHS and social care resources. The cost of smoking to our economy is even greater. 18 billion lost in productivity every year, a figure which far outweighs the tax receipts it brings in of around 9 billion. This bill is a vital step to break the devastating cycle of tobacco addiction, safeguarding future generations from a lifetime of ill health. But the world moves forward, and we cannot ignore the alarming rise of youth vaping. Whilst vaping is less harmful than smoking and can be an effective quit aid for adult smokers, children should never vape. However, in the past 5 years, youth vaping has more than doubled. 1 in 4 11 to 15-year-olds tried vaping in 2023, and it's no accident. This is in part due to the deliberate branding and advertisement of vapes to our children, with brightly coloured packaging and enticing sweet-like flavours. A calculated strategy to hook young people on nicotine. We cannot afford to wait to act. I will turn now to the amendments laid by the Government, which seek to strengthen the bill and ensure greater clarity. As we create the first smoke-free generation and strengthen age restrictions on vapes and nicotine products, we want to support retailers in taking appropriate steps to ensure they do not sell to customers under the age of sale. Government amendments NC 11, 47 to 49, 51 to 53, 61, 63, 65 to 67, 69 to 71, 75, 77, 79 and 81 are a package of amendments and consequential amendments to the bill. They seek to remove potential ambiguity for retailers regarding the use of digital identity for verifying the age of prospective customers when selling tobacco, vaping and nicotine products. During committee, members raised concerns that the list of identity documents to satisfy the defence for a person charged with selling products to someone under the age of sale was limited, and queried the inclusion of other forms of physical and digital identity. So these amendments remove the lists of physical ID from the face of the bill, and instead provide powers for the Secretary of State and the Department of Health in Northern Ireland to specify in regulations the steps that may be taken to verify a customer's age in order to meet the requirements for the defence. This revised approach better future-proofs the defence against developments in identification processes and provides the potential to recognise digital ID in the context of the defence, as well as physical ID, supporting the widespread use of digital ID. These amendments will provide the opportunity for effective interaction with the provisions in Part 2 of the Data Use and Access Bill currently in Parliament, which includes provisions relating to digital verification services. Digital verification services provide an opportunity to securely verify age for both in-person and online sales, and we will continue to work closely with the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology and other departments when developing the regulations. New Clause 11 provides a similar power for Scottish ministers to prescribe in regulations the steps which should be taken to establish a customer's age as a defence to an age of sale offence. This will enable Scottish ministers to respond to changes in technology and consumer behaviours which may move away from the presentation of a physical document. The last Labour government took bold action to prohibit displays of tobacco products, to protect children and young people from being enticed into addiction and create a more supportive environment for adults seeking to quit. This bill goes further and gives powers to limit the display of a wider range of products, including herbal smoking products, cigarette papers, vapes and nicotine products. Government Amendments 56, 57, 60, 62, 74, 76, 78 and 80 have been tabled to alter the powers in the bill for England, Wales and Northern Ireland, which regulate the displays of products and their prices so that they will also cover tobacco-related devices. As discussed in committee, pipes, heated tobacco devices and bongs are currently displayed in shops and can have the effect of promoting tobacco usage. This amendment will ensure that we can make regulations to prevent products that facilitate the consumption of tobacco openly displayed by retailers. The bill bans the sale of vapes, nicotine products and cigarette papers from vending machines in England, Wales and Northern Ireland, and restates the existing ban on tobacco vending machines. We know that vending machines are used to bypass age of sale restrictions and to undertake proxy purchases on behalf of people under the age of sale. Government Amendments 50, 54, 55, 64, 68, 72 and 73 are clarifying amendments that make the scope of the prohibition on vending machines absolutely clear. This was discussed at committee. The government's position is that the Tobacco Sales from Vending Machines England Regulations 2010 already apply where a customer has a coupon, receipt or token purchased elsewhere, which can be redeemed at a machine. We're amending these clauses so that all machines which dispense products in connection with a sale are clearly captured by the ban. The bill strengthens the enforcement regime to support law-abiding retailers while also taking action against those who break the rules. Along with introducing new fixed penalty notice and new powers to create a licensing system, the bill reenacts provisions on restricted premises orders and restricted sales orders. These are existing measures that local authority trading standards in England and Wales can use when dealing with a retailer that persistently breaches restrictions. This ensures that there are a range of tools in the enforcement armoury so that trading standards officers can act quickly and effectively against rogue retailers. Government Amendments 58 and 59 clarify a point raised during committee by removing a duplicative and unnecessary provision that would prevent a business or individual from operating a vending machine for the sale of tobacco, vaping or nicotine product following the issuing of a restricted premises order or restricted sales order. Given the bill already prohibits the use of vending machines for tobacco, vaping or nicotine products, there is no need for restricted premises orders and restricted sale orders to expressly prohibit the use of vending machines. Together, these government amendments will improve the implementation and enforceability of measures in the bill to ensure the most effective protection for the public, and I commend them to the House. Turning now to the wider amendments in the group, I thank honourable members for their scrutiny of the bill so far, and before winding up later, I will try to cover some of the key themes touched upon. On the amendment seeking to undermine the smoke-free generation, I'm sure we will hear arguments from some honourable members who've been listening to the tobacco industry's arguments and myths about how people should be free to make their own choices. But I would say to them, smoking kills 2/3 of its users. 3/4 of people wish they'd never started smoking, and the majority want to quit. That's not freedom of choice. The tobacco industry took away their choice with addiction, usually at a young age. In relation to smoke-free places, we've been clear. In England, we intend to consult on extending smoke-free outdoor places to outside schools, children's playgrounds and hospitals, but not outdoor hospitality settings at this time. No smoker wants to harm people, but with second-hand smoke they do. If you can smell cigarette smoke, you are inhaling it. This is particularly important for children, pregnant women, or people with pre-existing health conditions such as asthma or heart disease. The only way to stop this harm is to stop people smoking around others. While I understand honourable members' proposals to list specific places on the face of the bill or to add additional limits to the use of the powers, it is right that we consult on the detail before making regulations and have the necessary powers to protect children and vulnerable people from the harms of second-hand smoking. I'm grateful to the co-chairs of the APPG on smoking and health, my honourable friend the member for the City of Durham and the honourable member for Harrow East for their long-standing support for this bill. Through their amendments, they highlight the importance of retaining a focus on support for current smokers. This is why we're investing an extra £70 million for the local stop smoking services this year and working to ensure that all NHS hospitals offer opt-out smoking cessation services into routine care. I hope that they will be pleased that we've been able to confirm the extension of the Swap to Stop scheme for the coming year with up to £19 million of funding to provide free vape starter kits for smokers to use as quit aids. On the group of amendments relating to vape advertising, we realise that the products being deliberately marketed at children is unacceptable. And this is why we've included a commitment to stop vapes being branded and advertised to children. The government is also investing £10 million of new funding for the coming year for trading standards to tackle underage illicit tobacco and vapes, to boost the trading standards workforce by recruiting 80 new apprentices, providing additional boots on the ground. Very briefly.
Minister, for giving way on that point. And trading standards is really important. Obviously, therefore, so are fixed penalty notices. So will she therefore be supporting today the amendment which will mean that any fixed penalty notices will be retained by the local authorities to spend on public health? They're saving the NHS money, as she mentioned earlier.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. As you will know, there are measures already in the bill where some of the fines can be retained and certainly can be retained in order to make it cost neutral for local authorities. But I'm sure we'll explore that later through the bill. The bill contains regulation-making powers on a range of aspects of product requirements that already allow us to do many things that honourable members seek to achieve. But I look forward to listening to contributions to today's debate on the wider list of amendments and to responding to the points made.
The question is that new clause 11 be read a second time. I call opposition spokesperson Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is now a truth universally acknowledged that smoking is bad for one's health. It is the leading cause of preventable death in this country, responsible for over 80,000 deaths every year. When we say that number, it's easy to allow it to trip off the tongue as another statistic, without really realising just how many people it represents. For each of them, such as my Nana Burton, who was a smoker and who died of lung cancer, there is a personal story of damaged health and often an early and preventable death. The Conservative Party introduced a bill based on a similar premise to this one in the last Parliament, although the government has made significant changes since to the legislation, including taking a power which can be used to ban smoking and vaping in pub gardens, as well as a licensing scheme for tobacco products. I move on to Amendment 85, Madam Deputy Speaker. While we've received repeated assurances that the Secretary of State intends to use the measures in this bill only to improve public health, we must still examine whether the legislation is proportionate and reasonable. As far as I can see, it gives the Secretary of State enormous powers to extend the smoke-free legislation to any place with minimal oversight and without needing to provide a reason. There were whispers last summer that the government was considering banning smoking in pub gardens, before they hastily withdrew this provision in the face of public backlash. If only, Madam Deputy Speaker, they would withdraw more of their policies on the face of public backlash, perhaps they wouldn't be in the situation that we're in now. The bill as it stands empowers the Secretary of State to extend smoke-free and vape-free regulations to more places, essentially to any place, with the aim of reducing exposure to second-hand smoke and promoting public health. However, the government did not accept our amendment at second reading that it should only apply to places that have a provable significant risk to public health to justify such a ban. For this reason, I commend Amendment 85 once again, which restricts the Secretary of State to only being able to designate open or unenclosed spaces outside a hospital, a children's playground, a nursery school, a college or a higher education premise as a smoke-free area. These are the areas the Secretary of State has said he wants to target, would prevent any sort of targeting of other areas such as pub gardens by the back door. While he claims that is not his intention now, that may not remain the case for the rest of this government, nor indeed any future government, and that's a risk in allowing these measures to stand. And for those reasons, I encourage the House to support Amendment 85. New Clause 18 and Amendment 89. The new bill also gives powers to the Secretary of State to introduce a new licensing scheme for retailers selling tobacco, vaping or nicotine products. However, we know that licensing schemes will come at a cost to businesses, to local authorities to administer them, and enforcement. That does not make it the wrong thing to do, but we would need to make sure that any licensing scheme is not excessively burdensome nor expensive. New Clause 18 in Amendment 89 would therefore require the Government to consult on the new licensing scheme for tobacco sales before it comes into force. This would mean that the views and impact on businesses, including small businesses, are heard and ensure that councils and trading standards have the capacity to be able to deliver such a scheme. Ultimately, there is a balance, Madam Deputy Speaker, to get right between the requirements on business and public health, and a public consultation would ensure that the Government is more likely to get that balance right. New Clause 19. Another concern we've heard by those who oppose the bill is the impact the legislation would have on the illicit black market. HMRC estimates that the illicit market in tobacco duty and related VAT was £2.8 billion in 21-22, with the tobacco duty tax gap broadly unchanged since 2015. While in 2023, the Chartered Trading Standards Institute estimated that a staggering 1 in 3 vape products were non-compliant. But with warnings that increasing the age for the requirement for tobacco products and prohibiting more vaping could expand the black market economy further, it is sensible to take precautions to tackle the issue.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I mean, specifically on New Clause 19, would my honourable friend agree it is inevitable that the generational smoking ban will lead to an increase in the illegal tobacco market? And that is a very regrettable part of this bill.
It's certainly a significant possibility, and that is the reason for moving the amendment, as my honourable friend will understand. These illegal products can include smuggled and counterfeit cigarettes, vapes with nicotine levels way above the legal limits, and products containing illegal and potentially dangerous ingredients. These can be more harmful and may not include the appropriate labelling requirements and health warnings that genuine products have to do. Regardless of whether colleagues support or oppose this bill as a whole, I'm sure that we can all agree that a black market is unacceptable. We have therefore put forward an amendment that would require the Government to produce annual reports on the rate of sale and availability of illegal tobacco and vaping products and their impact on public health and safety.
I wonder if my honourable friend would allow me.
I'm
extremely grateful to my honourable friend, who I know has taken a fierce line, and rightly so, on illegal tobacco sales in Lincolnshire. Will she acknowledge that actually those illegal tobacco sales are often linked to serious and organised crime? The shops that sell them are often linked to money laundering, usually foreign-owned, by the way, and the damage they do is extreme. Yeah. And so will she join me in urging further action by government to support trading standards and the local police who are doing such a fine job in trying to clamp down on this industrial-scale crime?
Minister.
As is usually the case, I find myself agreeing with the right honourable gentleman. And of course that is why we've introduced this amendment, because it will give us the evidence that we require and that the enforcement authorities require in order to be able to make sure that the black market is reduced. And I understand I was giving way to my honourable friend behind me.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would she accept that it's not a risk that the black market is actually open, but in fact that the black market in tobacco already significantly exists? So, for example, in 2021, there were 23.6 billion cigarettes sold under duty, whereas in 2024, that's 13.2 billion, a 44% reduction, whereas the Ash survey actually thinks that smoking is only reduced by 0.5%. So the black market is already here. So it's not that a new thing is going to be created, so this is an even greater risk.
Shadow Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and he makes a very fair point. The black market we know does exist. This amendment would enable the government to understand the scale of and the changes in that black market and enable enforcement authorities to enforce it more robustly. If we move on to Amendment 90, The legislation in its current form will ban all forms of advertising of nicotine and non-nicotine vapes and nicotine product and sponsorship which promotes these products. Adverts will no longer be permitted on posters, billboards or the side of buses and will prevent sports teams by being sponsored by a vaping company. As both a Member of Parliament and as a children's doctor, I've been very concerned about the sharp increase in children addicted to vaping and more recently the other nicotine products such as pouches which have begun to flood the market. School teachers have reported that children are unable to concentrate or even to complete a whole lesson without visiting the bathroom to vape. Action to tackle this rise in youth vaping is welcome, and I support steps to restrict their appeal to young people, including through flavours and packaging. However, it should be noticed, and I noticed the Minister did mention this in her speech, that vaping can be a useful smoking cessation tool for adult smokers trying to quit. In fact, that should, in my view, be their only purpose. Within the context of proposed advertising restrictions, this amendment, proposed Amendment 90, would ensure that vapes are being targeted solely as a quit aid to help adults stop smoking can continue in recognition of their role in bringing down smoking rates. Finally, we tabled new clause 20 to introduce a requirement on online vaping products to operate an age verification policy as currently the case in Scotland. Whether someone is buying vaping products online or in store, robust provisions must be in place to ensure the purchaser is of legal age, and businesses must therefore have a robust policy in place. We have seen through recent tragedies that age verification process for online sales on age-restricted products have not been always effective. This amendment will be an important step towards protecting children from accessing products online they should not be able to buy. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservative Party has a strong record of action on tobacco control. It was under a Conservative government that plain packaging was introduced for all tobacco products, that minimum pack sizes for cigarettes and rolling tobacco was introduced, policies which have been demonstrably effective at reducing smoking rates. I've personally campaigned passionately on the issue of tobacco and vapes for over 2 years, and I'm pleased to see that some of my original amendments to this bill have made it beyond committee stage and are with us today. I was also very glad to see some of the new government amendments at report stage, which were born of debates we had at committee stage, that have strengthened the bill. Our amendments today are designed to highlight some of the difficulties within this bill. We oppose the government's power grab of taking powers to ban smoking and vaping wherever they choose by regulation, but without consultation or necessarily enough notice. We have concerns about how the bill will operate in practice in terms of the burden on small businesses and the potential for unintended consequences, such as a growth in the black market for tobacco products. We would ask that the government seriously consider our amendments today.
I call Preet Cargill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome my honourable friend, the Minister, to her role. It's a great pleasure to speak in this debate to support this genuinely world-leading piece of public health legislation to help consign smoking to the history books. Unless we act to help people stay healthy, the rising tide of ill health in our society threatens to overwhelm our NHS. Empowering back public health, as the last government did, was the definition of penny wise but pound foolish. It is vital we tackle the causes of ill health, not just the symptoms, so we can save the taxpayer billions, but most importantly, save lives. We know that prevention is better than cure. And we've heard today smoking remains the single biggest preventable cause of ill health in our country, causing 80,000 deaths a year, responsible for 1 in 4 cancer deaths, and it is a factor in over 70% of lung cancer cases. In my own constituency alone, nearly 12,000 people smoke. They are more likely to leave the workforce due to ill health. Many will suffer strokes, heart attacks, conditions like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and on average, they will lose 10 years of life expectancy. But the real tragedy of this is how many thousands of these smokers will have started when they were children, when they didn't know any better and simply have never been able to quit. And most smokers report wishing that they had never started, which is why it is incumbent on us all to support this legislation to help stop the start. According to Ash, in my constituency alone, the cost of smoking exceeds 19 million every year, including 56 million in lost productivity, 4 million drained from the NHS and 30.7 million in social care. And the costs of smoking to our society are enormous, and that is why it is time to stub it out. Even today, in 2025, hundreds of young people a day take the first drag of a habit they will never manage to kick and will regret for the rest of their lives. I was proud to lead the opposition's response to the last government's bill through committee in the last parliament, and as I said then, there is no freedom in addiction. It is a shame that the Conservative Party leader allowed her ideology to blind her from that fact when she voted against this legislation in the last Parliament and in this one. Where the last government failed to get the tobacco and vapes bill over line, this government will get the job done. But I am proud that the government has vastly improved on the legislation that the last government drew up. Firstly, the introduction of a new licensing regime to cover tobacco and nicotine products, including vapes, is hugely welcome. This was a key recommendation of the Khan Review in 2022, which the last government largely ignored, and which retailers and the public overwhelmingly support, according to the surveys conducted by ASH. The status quo, where there was no requirement to obtain a licence to sell these products, is a major gap in enforcement, particularly when you consider that the sale of alcohol is licensed, while nicotine and tobacco are not. Secondly, I'm pleased that the government is taking forward an amendment I tabled in committee during the last Parliament for the introduction of £200 on-the-spot fines for retailers selling products to people underage. In 2019 to 2020, of the councils who undertook test purchasing, 50% reported that cigarettes or tobacco products were sold to children who were under 18 in at least one premise. That evidence is that the current regime is not enough of a deterrent. And the introduction of new on-the-spot fines, double the amount the last government proposed, will be much easier to issue and much harder to ignore. So does the Minister agree with me that double the fine is double the deterrent? And thirdly, I want to commend ministers on the action that they are taking on vapes. Under the last government, youth vaping trebled in 2 years. An estimated 1 in 3 vapes on the market were illicit, products often containing harmful chemicals, heavy metals, or even drugs. These gaping loopholes were left to sit on the statute books for years, putting children at risk. The promulgation of dangerous illicit vapes in shops, schools and on our streets is a real concern. Recently in Birmingham, trading standards and the police led raids on retailers under Operation Cloud, where they seized nearly £6 million worth of illicit vapes, tobacco and drugs. One raid alone, the biggest ever in Birmingham, clawed £1 million of goods out of criminals' hands. It shows the extent of the problem regarding the illicit market and the incredible job that council trading standards teams do to keep the public safe. I therefore thank the government for getting behind trading standards with a £10 million boost to support their work next year. And in particular, I want to welcome the new government's introduction of clauses to this bill to set up a testing regime for vapes, a proposal that I championed in the last Parliament. It is shocking that under the current rules, and unlike tobacco, there is no testing regime for vaping products. It means that dodgy products can be rubber stamped by the British regulator and wind up on our shelves, undermining the valuable enforcement work that trading standards do to identify and seize unnotified products. As testing of vapes marketed at young people has shown, a significant proportion of vaping products aren't what they say they are. Some market themselves as 0% nicotine, but they're not, leading to accidental addictions. Others contain harmful substances like heavy metals and even antifreeze. This was evidenced by research from Interscientific. And that is why, during the last Parliament, I tabled amendments that would have established a new testing regime for vapes. Unfortunately, the Conservatives voted them down. So I want to commend ministers for introducing powers that the last government snubbed. Nearly 3 million people have quit smoking using vapes. Clearly, they have a role to play in the transition to a smoke-free future. But if they are to be used as a stop-smoking aid, we need confidence that the products people buy are safe. And that is what routine testing would do. Finally, I want to commend the government on amendments that have strengthened this bill, closing the loopholes on vape vending machines and banning vape advertising, promotions and sponsorships. These clauses will ensure that these products are kept away from the impressionable eyes of young people, so the next generation is not simply substituting one nicotine addiction for another. There were significant holes in the last government's plan, and I'm glad the new government is slamming them shut. Madam Deputy Speaker, the health crisis facing our country was never one that has been confined to the running of the hospital wards, doctor surgeries and dental practices of our country. We are a sicker nation, and that public health challenge needs confronting too. Life expectancy was extended by 3.5 years over the course of the last government, but in the 14 years under the Tories, it grew by just 4 months. In this bill, we see the epitome of the future-facing approach that only a Labour government can deliver. By stopping the start, ensuring that the next generation never develop an addiction to nicotine, we can protect their health and well-being and our NHS for many years to come. Thank you.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for her opening remarks as well, and add my broad support for the improvements that the Government has made to the bill. I'm going to restrict my comments mainly to Amendments 1 and 2, which have been tabled in my name and by my honourable friends, the members for Winchester, Eastleigh, Chichester and Mid-Sussex. And I'll also comment on New Clause 1, which has been tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Bath, and which I've added my name to. But starting with Amendments 1 and 2, the point of these amendments is to direct the monies raised from fixed penalty notices to public health initiatives determined by the relevant local authority. Now, Liberal Democrats agree with the Secretary of State and the Government that prevention is better than sickness and cure, and that public health initiatives are crucial to making those key shifts in healthcare that we're all hoping to achieve. Now, we must also remember that while the Secretary of State is hoping to create a smoke-free generation for those born after the 1st of January 2009, there will be existing smokers who may well wish to stop and who may need help from a public health initiative or a smoking cessation programme in order to do so. Now, public health budgets have been cut by a quarter by the Conservatives since 2015, meaning fewer people have had help to quit. And that's not what anybody is hoping to achieve, either with this legislation or more broadly with the reforms to the NHS. Now, research by University College London showed that in parts of England, smoking rates have begun to rise again and have been flatlining as a whole since 2020. Between 2020 and 2024, they rose by 10% in southern England and fell by 9.7% over the same period in the north. And that means that overall, an estimated 7.5 million adults in England are smokers. Now, they concluded that this disparity between north and south reflected the concentration of dedicated tobacco control programmes in northern regions and the positive impact that those have had and their relative absence in the south. Now, there's also evidence, as the Honourable Lady has just mentioned, that there is significant black market activity happening in the United Kingdom, and therefore cessation activities have become even more important to deprive those criminal gangs of funds and ensure that people are free of their grip. So, given the impact of public health initiatives, I would sincerely urge the Government to accept the Liberal Democrat amendment, Amendment 1 and its consequential Amendment number 2 in this area, which are in line with their objectives and would improve health and save taxpayers money in the long run. Yeah. Now, may I move on to Amendment 84, which is tabled in my name. Now, this is very similar to the opposition amendment of 85. It restricts the abilities of the Secretary of State to unreasonably designate a place as a smoke-free area, which the current legislation really does allow. Now, the Conservatives have been a bit sloppy, if they don't mind me saying so, in their amendment, because they've managed to remove protections in existing law for areas where there is a significant risk of second-hand smoke to be included in the smoke-free areas. The Liberal Democrat amendment number 85 has that added safeguard, so that if the chief scientific... Sorry, that's easy for me to say. If the Chief Scientific Advisor advises that there is a significant risk of second-hand smoke, then it can be designated as smoke-free. And of course, it also retains the existing areas that the Secretary of State has indicated that he will designate as smoke-free, including NHS premises, schools and educational establishments and children's playgrounds. Now, of course, the Secretary of State has indicated that he will not designate other areas as smoke-free, particularly when they would have a detrimental impact on our already struggling hospitality industry and much-loved village pubs, and we take him at his word on that commitment. But I hope the Minister can imagine a future in which a different Secretary of State is less inclined to honour a promise made by someone else at the dispatch box. And I think it's right and in good order that in that scenario, Parliament should get a vote on the change of heart. So I urge the Government to consider this amendment carefully and ensure that the legislation matches the promises made at the dispatch box. Moving on to New Clause 1, which I've also added my name to. This requires the Secretary of State to review and report back on the presence of contaminated vapes and to find ways to reduce their prevalence. My honourable friend has been campaigning on this issue following findings by the University of Bath, which found that 1 in 6 vapes in English schools contained the drug spice. Now, spice can cause serious side effects in children, including cardiac arrest, and so it seems reasonable to me that the Department for Health and Secretary of State try to find a way of addressing this issue. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to highlight that I do intend to push Amendments 1 and 2 to a vote to ensure that there is some additional funding for public health measures. And I very much hope that honourable and right honourable members will support me in this common sense move to improve public health. Thank you.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to begin by declaring an interest as the co-chair of the APPG on smoking and health. And I want to use my time today to speak to my amendments and one or two others. To be clear, to start, the Tobacco and Vapes Bill is a world-leading piece of health legislation which will create the first smoke-free generation, protecting children and young people from the harms of smoking. And in the city of Durham alone, around 5,500 children start smoking each year. And most of them will go on to wish that they'd never started. This bill will end that. It will stop the start and ensure every child has a smoke-free future. And recent data from UCL has shown that the rates of smoking are falling fastest in the North East. And this can at least partly be contributed to the hard work and amazing regional programme like Fresh, which work so hard to tackle inequalities in our region. But the same data also shows that progress is not guaranteed, with some areas showing smoking rates appearing to increase. So the case for action is very clear. I wish to turn to new clause 13 in my name, which seeks to put a duty on the Secretary of State to publish a roadmap to a smoke-free country every 5 years. It was a Labour government who introduced the first ever smoking strategy in 1998, Smoking Kills. Well, it's 2025 now and smoking still kills. This world-leading bill is to be celebrated for many, many reasons. However, the rising age of sale will not impact the 6 million people who are currently smoking in the UK. Smoking is not spread equally across our society, with the most affluent 10% set to become smoke-free this year, but the most deprived will not achieve that at the current rate until 2050. So it's vitally important that the government ensures that no one is left behind as we create a smoke-free future. Having a clear plan in place on how to achieve that, with targets for reducing smoking for the whole population, but also for pregnant women, those struggling with their mental health, and those in occupations with high rates of smoking, will save lives. So will the Minister meet with the APPG following the publication of our report to discuss how we can turbocharge reductions in smoking alongside creating the smoke-free generation? Now, turning to new clause 19 from the Conservatives that would require the Secretary of State to publish reports on the illicit market. Well, let's be clear, HMRC already publish annual data with a very detailed analysis on the illicit market. So it's difficult to see what the Department of Health and Social Care could do in addition to that. There's actually no additional data sources available that would yield any different results. Finally, on the amendments, I want to address amendments 82 and 83, which would remove the exemption that currently exists for performers. Since 2007, the indoor smoking ban, it's been against the law to smoke inside. However, this doesn't apply to actors who are smoking in performances for artistic reasons. And there's a play currently on at the West End, at the London's West End, which tells the story of the American oil lobbyist and master strategist Don Perlman. Don Perlman was a heavy smoker who died from complications to lung cancer, and the actor playing the lead role smokes on stage. Now, I believe this exemption should be removed because actors deserve to have their health protected at work as much as everyone else. Audiences, other actors also deserve to be protected from second-hand smoke. And performances at the National Theatre are already required to substitute smoking in performances for vaping or other alternatives. So So there's no reason that all performances shouldn't follow suit. I'd like to now turn to amendments 85 and 86, which talk about the smoke-free extension. And I know there'll be further consultation and debate on the regulations for new extensions to smoke-free places and the creation of vape places. However, can the Minister say today that there will be exemptions in place where it is shown that the use of vapes in that setting aids smoking cessation efforts? For example, the mental health settings. The Mental Health and Smoking Partnership have flagged that vapes are a valuable tool in mental health settings to help patients quit. And so will the Minister again will commit to visiting a mental health trust to hear firsthand about their experience. It's vital that we all work with them to provide clear guidance on how to navigate these changes, and particular attention must be paid to how policies in this bill and those coming into effect beyond it, such as the disposable vapes ban in June, will interact with each other. Finally, today's funding announcement is very, very welcome. However, we have come down to the wire a bit, as funding was due to end at the end of this month. So can we get reassurances that, moving forward, after the spending review, services can expect consistent, long-term funding that allows them to plan their activities and hire staff on longer contracts? Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is a historic opportunity to transform public health in this country, and after working tirelessly for over a decade on it, I'm so proud to support it. However, we must remain vigilant to ensure that no one is left behind. All aspects of this bill, whether the smoking cessation measures or protection for workers in the arts, must be fully realised in order to create a truly smoke-free generation.
Dame Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think you may agree with me when I say that the longer you spend in this job, the more you realise that almost nothing is ever straightforward. There are nearly always unintended consequences of even the best intentions. And there is absolutely no doubt that smoking, and specifically smoking-related tobacco, has done untold damage to my Gosport constituency and continues to do so. The health of my constituents has suffered as a result of the well-documented effects of regular smoking, and smoking, as we've already heard, is a driver of social and economic inequality. Smokers, on average, earn 7% less than non-smokers. I couldn't believe that when I first read it as a statistic, but when I thought about it, it does make total sense, because of course if you take more time off work because of inevitable ill health effects, if you spend more of your disposable income on tobacco, and if you develop a dependency on a drug like nicotine, that is of course going to impact your earnings over time. Smoking is like an extra tax on the most disadvantaged communities. So I can see why the government has kept with the previous government's ambition to phase smoking out.
Will my honourable friend allow me?
I will.
I agree with everything she says about smoking, but the elephant in this room is the dramatic decline in legal tobacco sales, according to HMRC, by 44% since 21, while the number of smokers has only declined by 0.5%. So this is the elephant in the room. We're reaching the stage where we're taxing cigarettes so much that we are fueling the black market and criminality. And we've got to be aware, as my honourable friend says, of these unintended consequences.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's almost as if my honourable friend had read what I have written next on my piece of paper, because I was going to go on and say that unfortunately we don't live in a perfect world, and there are unintended consequences of even our most noble of ambitions. And this bill is not a silver bullet. There is already a thriving black market for tobacco in Gosport, and I am extremely concerned that prohibition may exacerbate that problem. So I'm really keen to know from the Minister what she plans to do alongside the phased prohibition to properly resource the police forces in Hampshire and around the rest of the country to ensure that the law is upheld. And what plan does she have to take on the criminals who are already profiting and will only profit more as the age at which a person can legally buy tobacco rises? Even without this bill, we know that smoking rates are already falling across the UK through a number of policy interventions, including education and smoking support and awareness campaigns. I recently visited a company in Gosport that was providing innovative smoking cessation support. They're a vaping company, but they're in partnership with NHS Essex, who signpost smokers to their stores, and then they get ongoing support to further enhance their shift away from tobacco. And Hampshire County Council has a similar smoke-free Hampshire scheme, and it says it contributes to 500 quits per year. Interventions like these have proven to be successful. So I also want to know from the Minister whether she's weighed up their merits against the possible implications of this bill. But mainly today, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I want to talk about is the new Clause 2, which has been tabled in my name, which I believe to be one of those rare occasions when things genuinely are as simple as they seem. My amendment very simply seeks to ban the use of plastic filters in cigarettes. The debate today, of course, will largely focus on the public health benefits of banning smoking and focusing on improving cancer rates, for example, and rightly so. And I have to be very clear that banning plastic filters will do absolutely nothing for public health. It will make a great deal of difference, though, to the thousands of my constituents who bathe or swim in the Solent, or for the marine life that live there too, because over 2 million cigarette butts are littered or dropped in the Gosport constituency, and that will be a figure that's replicated in every constituency right across the country. And that's litter that we are all paying to clean up. The costs of a local council average around £40 million a year, many of them inevitably being flushed into our waterways, our rivers and our seas. In fact, cigarette butts account for 66% of all littered items in the UK. Obviously, it goes without saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is pretty grim, but bearing in mind that cigarette stubs can take around 14 years to degrade in the marine environment, swimming around Stokes Bay at the end of my road among little pieces of discoloured plastic is obviously unpleasant, but the bigger threat is to the environment. One cigarette butt left to soak in water for 96 hours will release enough toxins to kill half of the salt or freshwater fish that are exposed to it. 40% of chemicals contained in cigarette butt leachate have been found to be either toxic or very toxic to marine life. And there's also even a chance that the slow degradation of these plastic butts are contributing to the rise in microplastics that are being increasingly found in the human body. Marine ecosystems like the Solent Seascape, which covers 52,000 hectares of coastal and marine habitats, including the Titchfield Haven in my constituency, are precious.